Hello everyone, my name is Mia, Mimi, or Mimo, whatever you want to call me is fine. Today we are just gonna hang out. I have some pre-recorded Subnautica footage that we're gonna have in the background. And um I'm going to be reading from Frankenstein live. So if I mess up, no I didn't. Nobody witnessed it. Hello Violet. Who else do I have in here? I don't recognize the name, but I want to guess Ray. I always want to guess Ray. When I don't recognize the name, I immediately go, that sounds like Ray. I need it to be known that I almost started without plugging in my microphone. So that would have been interesting. So, come in, come rest. Hi, Star! Come in, come rest. Get comfy if you can. Get ready to nap if you can, or go to bed like Violet and Firestorm, who should be here any minute, I'm sure. And we'll go ahead and also have I'll start the video in just a second here. The video in the background. It's not edited at all, so if it seems like off, it's raw footage. None of me speaking is in it. It's just the gameplay audio, so I figured it would be perfect for this. I am going to go ahead and start it now. What do you mean no? Why no? Oh, yes, sleeping. You sleep. Is it too loud? Let me know if it's too loud or if I'm plenty loud in comparison to the audio, or otherwise. Firestorm needs to sleep though, for sure. And also get some water. Get some water, get some food. Settle in. I don't know how long I have to be doing this, but Frankenstein is my favorite book, so we're gonna be starting with Frankenstein. It's just gonna be, like I said, raw footage in the background. And I'll try to keep an eye on chat as well. I forgot to turn down the latency today, so unless I can change that ahead of time. Or not ahead of time, but like right now. I don't think I can change that now. Well, so Firestorm is here. So, okay, sounds like Frankenstein was a great choice for this today. I was gonna stop biting. The other book that I had, in case you guys wanted to vote, just in case, was I have a collection of Edgar Allan Poe right here, and my favorite one is Message Found in a Bottle and A Descent into the Maelstrom, and those are both pretty great for Subnautica. I love Message in a Bottle, though. It's a little bit of a Lovecraftian horror. So, if you guys would prefer that, we could do that, but I also have Frankenstein right in front of me. There's no way we're getting through it. That would be impressive. But I do have it in front of me. This is an annotated copy, so if I ever just start giggling at my own annotations, that would be why, because it's highlighted and stuff. Let me find the first page, because there's a lot of introduction. Yes, the Subnautica is apparently taking a while to load. Where is the first page? Hold on, I've managed to get, okay, hold on. It's 10 pages in, hence my confusion. Okay. Hold on. Let me see, because I need... Hold on. I need my phone to not be trying to fall apart. I will share the annotations if they're funny. I think a lot of them was just me highlighting lines I really love. But I know at one point there is a place, I don't remember the context, but there is one place in which I underlined something and just wrote gay in the margin, and I do remember this very vividly. Again, let me know if the audio balance is bad. It sounds really loud to me, but I think it should be go. Okay. How are you paging your book and writing on Discord at the same time? I was struggling. That's the answer. That's the answer, Firestorm. If you guys are wondering how I'm talking to Firestorm, Firestorm is messaging in the community Discord as well. So, not that any of you guys would be confused, but in case anybody pops in and is confused. And I'm just watching all of my stuff on OBS here, so without further ado, letter 1 to Mrs. Oh, I'm already going to struggle. I'm gonna struggle with names. Oh no. Oh no, I forgot that's a thing. I just skip past them if I don't know how to pronounce them in my brain. Okay, letter 1 to Mrs. Seville, England. St. Petersburg, December 11th, 1700s. It doesn't actually specify. You will rejoice. Okay, maybe I can't read. Jesus. It's a great start, chat. It's a great start. You will rejoice to hear that no disaster has accompanied the commencement of an enterprise which you have regarded with such evil forebodings. I arrived here yesterday, and my first task is to assure my dear sister of my welfare and increasing confidence in the success of my undertaking. I am already far north of London, and as I walk in the streets of Petersburg, I feel a cold northern breeze play upon my cheeks, which braces my nerves and fills me with delight. Do you understand this feeling? This breeze, which has traveled from the regions towards which I am advancing, gives me a foretaste of those icy climes. Inspirited by this wind of promise, my daydreams become more fervent and vivid. I try in vain to be persuaded that the pole is the seat of frost and desolation. It ever presents itself to my imagination as the region of beauty and delight. There, Margaret, the sun is forever visible, its broad disk just skirting the horizon and diffusing a perpetual splendor. There, for with your leave, my sister, I will put some trust in preceding navigators. There, snow and frost are banished, and, sailing over a calm sea, we may be wafted to a land surpassing in wonders and in beauty every region hitherto discovered on the habitable globe. Its productions and features may be without example, as the phenomena the heavenly bodies undoubtedly are in those undiscovered solitudes. What may not be expected in a country of eternal light. I may there discover the wondrous power which attracts the needle, and may regulate 1,000 celestial observations that require only this voyage to render their seeming eccentricities consistent forever. I shall satiate my ardent curiosity with the sight of the world never before visited, and may tread a land never before imprinted by the foot of man. These are my enticements, and they are sufficient to conquer all fear of danger or death, and to induce me to commence this laborious voyage with the joy a child feels when he embarks in a little boat with his holiday mates on an expedition of discovery up his native river. But supposing all these conjectures to be false, you cannot contest the inestimable. This is really easy. I'm a page and a half in, and I don't remember anything I've said. You cannot contest the inestimable benefit which I shall confer on all mankind to the last generation by discovering a passage near the pole to those countries, to reach which at present so many months are requisite, or by ascertaining the secret of the magnet which, if at all possible, can only be effected by an undertaking such as mine. These reflections have dispelled the agitation with which I began my letter, and I feel my heart glow with an enthusiasm which elevates me to heaven, for nothing contributes so much to tranquilize the mind as a steady purpose, a point on which the soul may fix its intellectual eye. This expedition has been the favorite dream of my early years. I have read with ardor the accounts of the various voyages which have been made in the prospect of arriving at the North Pacific Ocean through the seas which surround the pole. You may remember that a history of all the voyages made for purposes of discovery composed the whole of our good Uncle Thomas's library. My education was neglected, yet I was passionately fond of reading. These volumes were my study day and night, and my familiarity with them increased that regret which I had felt as a child on learning that my father's dying injunction had forbidden my uncle to allow me to embark in a seafaring life. I'm on autopilot. I'm trying. I'm struggling. I'm certainly playing at the same time as reading. Trust. I'm so good at doing two things at once. These visions faded when I perused for the first time those poets whose effusions entranced my soul and lifted it to heaven. I also became a poet, and for 1 year lived in a paradise of my own creation. I imagined that I also might obtain a niche in the temple where the names of Homer and Shakespeare are consecrated. You are well acquainted with my failure and how heavily I bore the disappointment. But just at that time I inherited the fortune of my cousin, and my thoughts were turned into a channel of their earlier bent. 6 years have passed since I resolved on my present undertaking. I can, even now, remember the hour from which I dedicated myself to this great enterprise. I commenced my inuring body to hardship. I accompanied the whale fishers on several expeditions to the North Sea. I voluntarily endured cold, famine, thirst, and want of sleep. I worked harder than the common sailors during the day and devoted my nights to the study of mathematics, the theory of medicine, and those branches of physical science from which a naval adventurer might derive the greatest practical advantage. Twice I actually hired myself as an undermate in a Greenland whaler and acquitted myself to admiration. I must own I felt a little proud when my captain offered me a second dignity in the vessel and entreated me to remain with the greatest earnestness, so valuable did he consider my services. And now, dear Margaret, do I not deserve to accomplish some great purpose? My life might have been passed in ease and luxury, but I preferred glory to even enticement that wealth placed in my path. Oh, that some encouraging voice would answer in the affirmative. My courage and my resolution are firm, but my hopes fluctuate, and my spirits are often depressed. I am about to proceed on a long and difficult voyage, the emergencies of which will demand all my fortitude. I am required not only to raise the spirits of others, but sometimes to sustain my own when theirs are failing. This is the most favorable period for traveling in Russia. They fly quickly over the snow in their sledges. The motion is pleasant and, in my opinion, far more agreeable than that of an English stagecoach. The cold is not excessive if you are wrapped in furs, a dress which I have already adopted, for there is a great difference between walking the deck and remaining seated motionless for hours, when no exercise prevents the blood from actually freezing in your veins. I have no ambition to lose my life on the post road between St. Petersburg and Archangel. I shall depart for the latter town in a fortnight or 3 weeks, and my intention is to hire a ship there, which can easily be done by paying the insurance for the owner, and to engage as many sailors as I think necessary among those who are accustomed to the whale fishing. I do not intend to sail until the month of June. And when shall I return? Ah, dear sister, how can I answer this question? If I succeed, many, many months, perhaps years, will pass before you and I may meet. If I fail, you will see me again soon or never. Farewell, my dear, excellent Margaret. Heaven shower down blessings upon you, and save me, that I may again and again testify my gratitude for all your love and kindness. Your affectionate brother, R. Walton. Haha, joke's on you, Violet. I am not weak to your magic. Letter 2 to Mrs. Saville, England. Archangel, 28th of March, 1700s. How slowly time... Apparently I just can't start sentences. How slowly the time passes here, encompassed as I am by frost and snow. Yet a second step is taken towards my enterprise. I have hired a vessel, and I am occupied in collecting my sailors. Those whom I have already engaged appear to be men on whom I can depend, are certainly possessed of dauntless courage. But I have one want which I never have yet been able to satisfy, and the absence of the object of which I now feel as a most severe evil. I have no friend, Margaret. When I am glowing with the enthusiasm of success, there will be none to participate my joy. If I am assailed by disappointment, no one will endeavor to sustain me in dejection. I shall commit my thoughts to paper, it is true, but that is a poor medium for the communication of feeling. I desire the company of a man who can sympathize with me, whose eyes would reply to mine. You may deem me romantic, my dear sister, but I bitterly feel the want of a friend. I have no one near me, gentle yet courageous, possessed of a cultured as of a capacious mind, whose tastes are like my own, to approve or amend my plans. How would a friend repair the faults of your poor brother? I am too ardent in execution and too impatient of difficulties, but it is still greater evil to me that I am self-educated. For the first 14 years of my life, I ran wild on a common and read nothing but our Uncle Thomas's books of voyages. At that age, I became acquainted with the celebrated poets of our own country, but it was only when it had ceased to be in my power to derive its most important benefits from such a conviction that I perceived the necessity of becoming acquainted with more languages than that of my native country. Now I am 28, and I am in reality more illiterate than many schoolboys of 15. It is true that I have thought more and that my daydreams are more extended and magnificent, but what they want, as the painters call it, keeping. No, but they want, as the painters call it, keeping. And I greatly need a friend who would have sense enough not to despise me as romantic, and affection enough for me to endeavor to regulate my mind. Well, these are useless complaints. I shall certainly find no friend on the wide ocean, nor even here in Archangel, among merchants and seamen. Yet some feelings, unallied by the dross of human nature, beat even in these rugged bosoms. My lieutenant, for instance, is a man of wonderful courage and enterprise. He is madly desirous of glory, or rather, to word my phrase more characteristically, of advancement in his profession. He is an Englishman, and in the midst of national and professional prejudices, unsoftened by cultivation, retains some of the noblest endowments of humanity. I first became acquainted with him on board a whale vessel. Finding that he was unemployed in this city, I easily engaged him to assist in my enterprise. The master is a person of excellent disposition and is remarkable in the ship for his gentleness and the mildness of his discipline. Hold on. Anyway. That's... I lost my place. In the mildness of his discipline. This circumstance, added to his well-known integrity and dauntless courage, made me very desirous to engage him. A youth passed in solitude, my best years spent under your gentle and feminine fosterage, has so refined the groundwork of my character that I cannot overcome an intense distaste to the usual brutality exercised on board ship. I have never believed it to be necessary, and when I heard of a mariner equally noted for his kindliness of heart and the respect and obedience paid to him by his crew, I felt myself peculiarly fortunate in being able to secure his services. I heard of him first in a romantic manner from a lady who owes to him the happiness of her life. This, briefly, is his story. Some years ago, he loved a young Russian lady of moderate fortune, and having amassed a considerable sum in prize money, the father of the girl consented to the match. He saw his mistress once before the destined ceremony, but she was bathed in tears, and throwing herself at his feet, entreated him to spare her, confessing at the same time that she loved another, but that he was poor and that her father would never consent to the union. My generous friend reassured the suppliant, and on being informed of the name of her lover, instantly abandoned his pursuit. He had already bought a farm with his money, on which he had designed to pass the remainder of his life, but he bestowed the whole on his rival, together with the remains of his prize money to purchase stock, and then to himself solicited the young woman's father to consent to her marriage with her lover. But the old man decidedly refused, thinking himself bound in honor to my friend, who, when he found the father inexorable, quitted his country, nor returned until he heard that his former mistress was married according to her inclinations. What a noble fellow, you will exclaim. He is, sir. He is so. But then he is wholly uneducated. He is as silent as a Turk, and a kind of ignorant carelessness attends him, which, while it renders his conduct the more astonishing, detracts from the interest and sympathy which otherwise he would command. Yet do not suppose, because I complain a little, or because I can conceive a consolation for my toils, which I may never know, that I am wavering in my resolutions. Those are as fixed as fate, and my voyage is only now delayed until the weather shall permit my embarkation. The winter has been dreadfully severe, but the spring promises well, and it is considered a remarkably early season, so that perhaps I may sail sooner than I expected. I shall do nothing rashly. You know me sufficiently to confide in my prudence and considerateness whenever the safety of others is committed to my care. I cannot describe to you my sensations on the near prospect of my undertaking. It is impossible to communicate to you a conception of the trembling sensation, half pleasurable and half fearful, with which I am preparing to depart. I am going to unexplored regions, to the land of mist and snow. But I shall kill no albatross, therefore do not be alarmed for my safety, or if I should come back to you as worn and woeful as the ancient mariner. You will smile at my allusion, but I will disclose a secret. I have often attributed my attachment to, my passionate enthusiasm for, the dangerous mysteries of ocean to that production of the most imaginative of modern poets. There is something at work in my soul which I do not understand. I am practically industrious, painstaking, a workman to execute with perseverance and labor. But besides this, there is a love for the marvelous, a belief in the marvelous, intertwined in all my projects, which hurries me out of the common pathways of men, even to the wild sea and unvisited regions I am about to explore. But to return to dearer considerations, shall I meet you again, after having traversed immense seas, and return to the most southern cape of Africa or America? I dare not expect such success, yet I cannot bear to look upon the reverse of the picture. Continue for the present to write to me on every opportunity. I may receive your letters on some occasions when I need them most to support my spirits. I love you very tenderly. Remember me with affection, should you never hear from me again. Your affectionate brother, Robert Walton. Give me one moment. I'm supposed to be able to see all of it. There we go. Letter 3 to Mrs. Saville, England, July 7th. My dear sister, I write a few lines in haste to say that I am safe, and well advanced on my voyage. This letter will reach England by merchantman now, on its homeward voyage from Archangel. Perhaps, no, more fortunate than I, who may not see my native land, perhaps, for many years. I am, however, in good spirits. My men are bold and apparently firm of purpose, nor do the floating sheets of ice that continually... that would have been a mistake. Nor do the floating sheets of ice that continually pass us, indicating the dangers of the region towards which we are advancing, appear to dismay them. We have already reached a very high latitude, but it is the height of summer, and although not so warm as in England, the southern gales which blow us speedily towards those shores which I so ardently desire to attain breathe a degree of renovating warmth that I had not expected. No incidents have hitherto befallen us that would make a figure in a letter. One or two stiff gales and the springing of a leak are accidents which experienced navigators scarcely remember to record, and I shall be well content if nothing worse happen to us on our voyage. Adieu, my dear Margaret. Be assured that for my own sake as well as yours, I will not rashly encounter danger. I will be cool, persevering, and prudent. But success shall crane my endeavors. Wherefore not? Thus far I have gone, tracing a secure way over the pathless seas, the very stars themselves being witnesses and testimonies of my triumph. Why not still proceed over the untamed yet obedient element? What can stop the determined heart and resolved will of a man? My swelling heart involuntarily pours itself out thus, but I must finish. Heaven bless my beloved sister, R.W. Give me one moment. I'm just curious. Okay. Letter 4. To Mrs. Saville, England. Hold on. I just noticed in here, every other letter, Saville has been spelled S-A-V-I-L-L-E. This one is spelled S-E-V-I-L-L-E. And I find that kind of comical. August 5th. So strange an accident that has happened to us that I cannot forbear recording it, although it is very probable that you will see me before these papers can come into your possession. Last Monday, July 31st, we were nearly surrounded by ice, which closed in the ship on all sides, scarcely leaving her the sea room in which she floated. Our situation was somewhat dangerous, especially as we were compassed round by a very thick fog. We accordingly lay to, hoping that some change would take place in the atmosphere and weather. About 2 o'clock the mist cleared away, and we beheld, stretched out in every direction, vast and irregular plains of ice, which seemed to have no end. Some of my comrades groaned, and my mind began to grow watchful with anxious thoughts, when a strange sight suddenly attracted our attention and diverted our solicitude from our own situation. We perceived a low carriage, fixed on a sled and drawn by dogs, pass on towards the north, at the distance of half a mile. A being which had the shape of a man, but apparently of gigantic stature, sat in the sledge and guided the dogs. We watched the rapid progress of the traveler with our own telescopes, until he was lost among the distant inequalities of the ice. This appearance excited our unqualified wonder. We were, as we believed, many hundred miles from any land, but this apparition seemed to denote that it was not in reality so distant as we had supposed. Shut in, however, by ice, it was impossible to follow his track, which we had observed with the greatest attention. About 2 hours after this occurrence, we heard the ground sea, and before the night the ice broke and freed our ship. We, however, chaotic. We, however, lay to until the morning, fearing to encounter in the dark those large loose masses which float about after the breaking up of the ice. I profited of this time to rest for a few hours. In the morning, however, as soon as it was light, I went upon deck and found all the sailors busy on one side of the vessel, apparently talking to someone in the sea. It was, in fact, a sledge, like that we had seen before, which had drifted towards us in the night on a large fragment of ice. Only one dog remained alive, but there was a human being within it whom the sailors were persuading to enter the vessel. He was not, as the other traveler seemed to be, a savage inhabitant of some undiscovered island, but a European. When I appeared on deck, the master said, "Here is our captain, and he will not allow you to perish on the open sea." On perceiving me, the stranger addressed me in English, although with a foreign accent. "Before I come aboard your vessel," said he, "will you have the kindness to inform me whither you are bound?" You may conceive my astonishment on hearing such a question addressed to me from a man on the brink of destruction, to whom I should have supposed that my vessel would have been a resource which he would not have exchanged for the most precious wealth the earth can afford. I also have the DLC. I replied, however, that we were on a voyage of discovery towards the North Pole. Upon hearing this, he appeared satisfied and consented to come on board. Good God! Margaret, if you could have seen the man who thus capitulated for his safety, your surprise would have been boundless. His limbs were nearly frozen, and his body dreadfully emaciated by fatigue and suffering. I never saw a man in so wretched a condition. We attempted to carry him into the cabin, but as soon as he had quitted the fresh air, he fainted. We accordingly brought him back to the deck and restored him to animation by rubbing him with brandy and forcing him to swallow a small quantity. As soon as he showed signs of life, we wrapped him up in blankets and placed him near the chimney of the kitchen stove. By slow degrees, he recovered and ate a little soup, which restored him wonderfully. 2 days passed in this manner before he was able to speak, and I often feared that his sufferings had deprived him of understanding. When he had in some measure recovered, I removed him to my own cabin and attended on him as much as my duty would permit. I never saw a more interesting creature. His eyes have generally an expression of wildness and even madness, but there are moments when, if anyone performs an act of kindness towards him or does any of the most trifling service, his whole countenance is lighted up, as it were, with a beam of benevolence and sweetness that I never saw equaled. But he is generally melancholy and despairing, and sometimes he gnashes his teeth as if impatient of the weight of woes that oppresses him. When my guest was a little recovered, I had great trouble to keep off the men who wished to ask him 1,000 questions, but I would not allow him to be tormented with their idle curiosity in a state of body and mind whose restoration evidently depended on entire repose. Once, however, the lieutenant asked why he had come so far upon the ice in so strange a vessel. His countenance instantly assumed an aspect of the deepest gloom, and he replied, "To seek one who fled from me." "And did the man whom you pursued travel in the same fashion?" "Yes." "Then I fancy we have seen him, for the day before we picked you up, we saw some dogs drawing a sledge with a man in it across the ice." This aroused the stranger's attention, and he asked a multitude of questions concerning the route which the demon, as he called him, had pursued. Soon after, when he was alone with me, he said, "I have, doubtless, excited your curiosity as well as that of these good people, but you are to consider it, to make inquiries." "Certainly, it would indeed be very impertinent and inhuman of me to trouble you with any inquisitiveness of mine. And yet you rescued me from a strange and perilous situation. You have benevolently restored me to life." Soon after this, he inquired if I thought that the breaking up of the ice had destroyed the other sledge. I replied that I could not answer with any degree of certainty, for the ice had not broken until near midnight, and the traveler might have arrived at a place of safety before that time, but of this I could not judge. From this time, a new spirit of life animated the decaying frame of the stranger. He manifested the greatest eagerness to be upon deck to watch for the sledge which had before appeared, but I have persuaded him to remain in the cabin, for he is far too weak to sustain the rawness of the atmosphere. I have promised that someone should watch for him and give him notice instantly if any new object should appear in sight. Such is my journal of what relates to this strange occurrence up to the present day. The stranger has gradually improved in health, but is very silent and appears uneasy when anyone except myself enters his cabin. Yet his manners are so conciliating and gentle that the sailors are all interested in him, although they have had very little communication with him. For my own part, I begin to love him as a brother, and his constant and deep grief fills me with sympathy and compassion. He must have been a noble creature in his better days, being even now in wreck so attractive and amiable. I said in one of my letters, my dear Margaret, that I should find no friend on the wide ocean, yet I have found a man who, before his spirit had been broken by misery, I should have been happy to have possessed as the brother of my heart. I shall continue my journal concerning the stranger at intervals, should I have any fresh incidents to record. Hold one moment. August 13th. My affection for my guest increases every day. He excites at once my admiration and my pity to an astonishing degree. How can I see so noble a creature destroyed by misery without feeling the most poignant grief? He is so gentle, yet so wise. His mind is so cultivated, and when he speaks, although his words are cold with the choicest art, yet they flow with rapidity and unparalleled eloquence. I wish. I'm just kidding. He is now much recovered from his illness and is continually on the deck, apparently watching for the sledge that preceded his own. Yet, although unhappy, he is not so utterly occupied by his own misery, but that he interests himself deeply with the projects of others. He has frequently conversed with me on mine, which I have communicated to him without disguise. He entered attentively into all my arguments in favor of my eventual success, and into every minute detail of the measures I had taken to secure it. I was easily led by the sympathy with which he evinced to use the language of my heart, to give utterance to the burning ardor of my soul, and to say, with all the fervor that warmed me, how gladly I would sacrifice my fortune, my existence, my every hope, to the furtherance of my enterprise. One man's life or death were but a small price to pay for the acquirement of the knowledge which I sought, for the dominion I should acquire and transmit over the elemental foes of our race. I see you. You were right, this is gay. This isn't the part. This isn't the part. Hold on. I think the part's near the end. I'm almost positive it's towards the end that I wrote that. Okay. Let me just... Okay. There we go. Where is it? As I spoke, a dark gloom spread over my listener's countenance. At first I perceived that he tried to suppress his emotion. He placed his hands before his eyes, and my voice quivered and failed me as I beheld tears trickle fast from between his fingers, a groan burst from his heaving breast. It's so gay. Oh. Yep. I paused. At length he spoke in broken accents. Unhappy man, do you share my madness? Have you drunk also of the intoxicating draught? That's pronounced draft. Hear me. Let me reveal my tale, and you will dash the cup from your lips. Such words, you may imagine, strongly excited my curiosity, but the paroxysm of grief that had seized the stranger overcame his weakened powers, and many hours of repose and tranquil conversation were necessary to restore his composure. Having conquered the violence of his feelings, he appeared to despise himself for being the slave of passion, and quelling the dark tyranny of despair, he led me again to converse concerning myself personally. He asked me the history of my early years. The tale was quickly told, but it awakened various trains of reflection. I spoke of my desire of finding a friend, of my thirst for a more intimate sympathy with a fellow mind than had ever fallen to my lot, and expressed my conviction that a man could boast of little happiness who did not enjoy this blessing. I agree with you, replied the stranger. We are unfashionable creatures, but half made up, if one wiser, dearer than ourselves, such a friend ought to be. Do not lend his aid to perfectionate our weak and faulty natures. I once had a friend, the most noble of human creatures, and am entitled, therefore, to judge respecting friendship. You have hope and the world before you, and have no cause for despair, but I have lost everything and cannot begin life anew. As he said this, his countenance became expressive of a calm, settled grief that touched me to the heart, but he was silent and presently retired to his cabin. Even broken in spirit as he is, no one can feel more deeply than he does the beauties of nature. The starry sky, the sea, and every sight afforded by these wonderful regions seemed to still have the power of elevating his soul from earth. Such a man has a double existence. He may suffer misery and be overwhelmed by disappointments, yet when he has retired into himself, he will be like a celestial spirit that has a halo around him, within whose circle no grief or folly ventures. Will you smile at the enthusiasm I express concerning this divine wanderer? You would not if you saw him. You have been tutored and refined by books in retirement from the world, and you are therefore somewhat fastidious. But this only renders you the more fit to appreciate the extraordinary merits of this wonderful man. Sometimes I have endeavored to discover what quality it is which he possesses that elevates him so immeasurably above any other person I ever knew. I believe it to be an intuitive discernment, a quick but never failing power of judgment, a penetration into the causes of things, unequaled for clearness and precision. Add this to a facility of expression and a voice whose varied intonations are soul-subduing music. August 19th. Yesterday the stranger said to me, "You may easily perceive, Captain Walton, that I have suffered great and unparalleled misfortunes. I had determined at one time that the memory of these evils should die with me, but you have won me to alter my determination. You seek for knowledge and wisdom, as I once did, and I ardently hope that the gratification of your wishes may not be a serpent to sting you, as mine has been. I do not know that the relation of my disasters will be useful to you. Yet, when I reflect that you are pursuing the same course, exposing yourself to the same dangers which have rendered me to what I am, I imagine that you may deduce an apt moral from my tale, one that may direct you if you succeed in your undertaking and console you in case of failure. Prepare to hear of occurrences which are usually deemed marvelous. Were we among the tamer scenes of nature, I might fear to encounter your unbelief, perhaps your ridicule. But many things will appear possible in these wild and mysterious regions, which would provoke the laughter of those unacquainted with the ever-varied powers of nature, nor can I doubt that my tale conveys in its series internal evidence of the truth of the events of which it is composed. You may easily imagine that I was much gratified by the offered communication, yet I could not endure that he should renew his grief by a recital of his misfortunes. I felt the greatest eagerness to hear the promised narrative, partly from curiosity and partly from a strong desire to ameliorate his fate if it were in my power. I expressed these feelings in my answer. "I thank you," he replied, "for your sympathy. But it is useless. My fate is nearly fulfilled. I wait but for one event, and then I shall repose in peace. I understand your feeling," continued he, perceiving that I wished to interrupt him. "But you are mistaken, my friend. If thus you will allow me to name you, nothing can alter my destiny." Oh, hold on. I wanna retry that. "But you are mistaken, my friend. If thus you will allow me to name you, nothing can alter my destiny. Listen to my history, and you will perceive how irrevocably it is determined." He then told me that he would commence his narrative the next day when I should be at leisure. This promise drew from me the warmest thanks. I have resolved every night, when I am not imperatively occupied by my duties, to record, as nearly possible in his own words, what he has related during the day. If I should be engaged, I will at least make notes. This manuscript will doubtless afford you the greatest pleasure, but to me, who know him and hear it from his own lips, with what interest and sympathy I shall read it in some future day. Even now, as I commence my task, his full-toned voice swells in my ears, his lustrous eyes dwell on me with all their melancholy sweetness. I see his thin hand raised in animation, while the lineaments of his face are irradiated by the soul within. Strange and harrowing must be his story, frightful of the storm which embraced the gallant vessel on its course and wrecked it, thus. Chapter 1. Yes, that was just the introduction in I need it to be known that I just gave up so hard that I just laid on my computer. That was more of a struggle than I thought it was gonna be, to be able to speak like a normal human being. I'm just gonna talk for a second. Because clearly I need a break from reading. Yes, Firestorm, it really is. I love the descriptions. Oh, I love the descriptions in this book. It's interesting. Okay. All right. Chapter 1. I am by birth a Genovese. Is that how you spell? Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't be trying to read. Apparently I don't know how to read. What's up? I'm Jared, I'm 19, and I never learned how to fucking read. Anyway. Ask Mary Shelley. It might be hard to ask Mary Shelley to do that. Just a thought. Anyway. I am by birth a Genovese, and my family is one of the most distinguished of that republic. My ancestors had been for many years counselors and syndics, and my father had filled several public situations with honor and reputation. He was respected by all who knew him for his integrity and indefatigable. I don't like that word. And indefatigable attention to public business. He passed his younger days perpetually occupied by the affairs of his country, and a variety of circumstances had prevented his marrying early, nor was it until the decline of life that he became a husband and the father of a family. As the circumstances of his marriage illustrate his character, I cannot refrain from relating them. One of his most intimate friends was a merchant who, from a flourishing state, fell, through numerous mischances, into poverty. This man, whose name was Beaufort, was of a proud and unbending disposition, and could not bear to live in poverty and oblivion in the same country where he had formerly been distinguished for his rank and magnificence. Having paid his debts, therefore, in the most honorable manner, he retreated with his daughter to the town of Lucerne, where he lived unknown and in wretchedness. My father loved Beaufort with the truest friendship, and was deeply grieved by his retreat in these unfortunate circumstances. He bitterly deplored the false pride which had led his friend to conduct so little worthy of the attention that united them. He lost no time in endeavoring to seek him out, with the hope of persuading him to begin the world again through his credit and assistance. Beaufort had taken effectual measures to conceal himself, and it was 10 months before my father discovered his abode. Overjoyed at this discovery, he hastened to the house, which was situated in a mean street near the Rouse. But when he entered, misery and despair alone welcomed him. Beaufort had saved but a very small sum of money from the wreck of his fortunes, but it was sufficient to provide him with sustenance for some months, and in the meantime he hoped to procure some respectable employment in a merchant's house. The interval was, consequently, spent in inaction. His grief only became deep and rankling when he had leisure for reflection, and at length it took so fast hold of his mind that at the end of 3 months he lay on a bed of sickness, incapable of any exertion. His daughter attended him with the greatest tenderness, but she saw with despair that their little fund was rapidly decreasing and that there was no other prospect of support. But Caroline Beaufort possessed a mind of an uncommon mold, and her courage rose to support her in her adversity. She procured plain work. She plaited straw, and by various means contrived to earn a pittance scarcely sufficient to support life. Several months passed in this manner. Her father grew worse. Her time was more entirely occupied in attending him. Her means of subsistence. Her means of subsistence decreased. This is a workout for my brain. And in the 10th month, her father died in her arms, leaving her an orphan and a beggar. This last blow overcame her, and she knelt by Beaufort's coffin, weeping bitterly, when my father entered the chamber. He came like a protecting spirit to the poor girl, who committed herself to his care, and after the interment of his friend, he conducted her to Geneva and placed her under the protection of a relation. 2 years after this event, Caroline became his wife. There was a considerable difference between the ages of my parents, but this circumstance seemed to unite them only closer in the bonds of devoted affection. There was a sense of justice in my father's upright mind, which rendered to it necessary that he should approve highly to love strongly. Perhaps during former years he had suffered from the late discovered unworthiness of one beloved, and was so disposed to set a greater value on tried worth. There was a show of gratitude and worship in his attachment to his mother, differing wholly from the doting fondness of age, for it was inspired by reverence for her virtues and a desire to be the means of, in some degree, recompensing her for the sorrows she had endured, but which gave inexpressible grace to his behavior to her. Everything was made to yield to her wishes and her convenience. He strove to shelter her, as a fair exotic is sheltered by the gardener, from every rougher wind, and to surround her with all that could tend to excite pleasurable emotion in her soft and benevolent mind. Her health, and even the tranquillity of her hitherto constant spirit, had been shaken by what she had gone through. During the 2 years that had elapsed previous to their marriage, my father had gradually relinquished all his public functions, and immediately after their union they sought the pleasant climate of Italy, and the change of scene and interest attendant on a tour through that land of wonders as a restorative for her weakened frame. From Italy they visited Germany and France. I, their eldest child, was born at Naples, and as an infant accompanied them in their rambles. I remained for several years their only child. Much as they were attached to each other, they seemed to draw inexhaustible stores of affection from a very mine of love to bestow them upon me. My mother's tender caresses and my father's smile of benevolent pleasure while regarding me are my first recollections. I was their plaything and their idol, and something better, their child, the innocent and helpless creature bestowed on them by heaven, whom to bring up to good, and whose future lot it was in their hands to direct to happiness or misery according as they fulfilled their duties towards me. With this deep consciousness of what they owed towards the being to which they had given life, added to the active spirit of tenderness that animated both, it may be imagined that while, during every hour of my infant life, I received a lesson of patience, of charity, and of self-control, I was so guided by a silken cord that all seemed but one train of enjoyment to me. For a long time I was their only care. My mother had much desired to have a daughter, but I continued their single offspring. When I was about 5 years old, while making an excursion beyond the frontiers of Italy, they passed a week on the shores of the Lake of Como. Their benevolent disposition often made them enter the cottages of the poor. This, to my mother, was more than a duty. It was a necessity, a passion. Remembering what she had suffered, and how she had been relieved for her to act in her turn the guardian angel to the afflicted. During one of their walks, a poor cot in the foldings of a veil attracted their notice as the singularly disconsolate. while the number of half-clothed children gathered about it spoke of penury in its worst shape. We're going with that. One day, when my father had gone by himself to Milan, my mother, accompanied by me, visited this abode. She found a peasant and his wife, hard-working, bent down by care and labor, distributing, wow, now I'm struggling on words I definitely know how to say, distributing a scanty meal to 5 hungry babes. Among these, there was one which attracted my mother far above all the rest. She appeared of a different stock. The 4 others were dark-eyed, hardy little vagrants. This child was thin and very fair. Her hair was the brightest living gold, and despite the poverty of her clothing, seemed to set a crown of distinction on her head. Her brow was clear and ample, her blue eyes cloudless, and her lips and the molding of her face so expressive of sensibility and sweetness that none could behold her without looking on her as of a distinct species, a being heaven sent, and bearing a celestial stamp in all her features. The peasant woman, perceiving that my mother fixed eyes of wonder and admiration on this loving girl, eagerly communicated her history. She was not her child, but the daughter of a Milanese nobleman. Her mother was a German and had died on giving her birth. The infant had been placed with these good people to nurse. They were better off then. They had not been long married, and their eldest child was but just born. The father of their charge was one of those Italians nursed in the memory of the antique glory of Italy, one among... Oh, hold on. I need to pop my neck, and I don't want that on here, so give me 1 second. I'll restart that sentence. The father of their charge was one of those Italians nursed in the memory of the antique glory of Italy. And bear with me here because it's been a very long time since I've spoken any Italian. Like, literally the last time I read this book was the time that I was speaking Italian on a regular basis, so bear with me. One among the schiavi ognor Frementi, who exerted himself to obtain the liberty of his country. He became the victim of its weakness. Whether he had died or still lingered in the dungeons of Austria was not known. His property was confiscated. His child became an orphan and a beggar. She continued with her foster parents and bloomed in their rude abode, fairer than a garden rose among dark-leaved brambles. When my father returned from Milan, he found playing with me in the hall of our villa a child fairer than a painted cherub, a creature who seemed to shed radiance from her looks and whose form and motions were lighter than the chamois of the hills. The apparition was soon explained. With his permission, my mother prevailed on her rustic guardians to yield their charge to her. They were fond of the sweet orphan. Her presence had seemed a blessing to them, but it would be unfair to her to keep her in poverty and want when Providence afforded her such a powerful protection. They consulted their village priest, and the result was that Elizabeth Lavenza became the inmate of my parents' house, my more than sister, the beautiful and adored companion of all my occupations and my pleasures. Everyone loved Elizabeth. The passionate and almost reverential attachment with which we all regarded her became, while I shared it, my pride and my delight. On the evening previous to her... Oh, what is happening? Oh. I see the movement of the video in the background, and it is mildly distracting. On the evening previous to her being brought to my home, my mother had said playfully, "I have a pretty present for my Victor. Tomorrow he shall have it." And when, on the morrow, she presented Elizabeth to me as her promised gift, I, with childish seriousness, interpreted her words literally and looked upon Elizabeth as mine to protect, love, and cherish. All praises bestowed on her I received as made to a possession of my own. We called each other familiarly by the name of cousin. No word, no expression could body forth the kind of relation in which she stood to me, my more than sister. Since till death she was to be mine only. Chapter 2. We were brought up together. There was not quite a year difference in our ages. I need not say that we were strangers to any species of disunion or dispute. Harmony was the soul of our companionship, and the diversity and contrast that subsisted in our characters drew us nearer together. Elizabeth was of a calmer and more concentrated disposition, but with all my ardor, I was capable of a more intense application and was more deeply smitten with the thirst for knowledge. She busied herself with the following of aerial creations of the poets, and in the majestic and wondrous scenes which surrounded our Swiss home, the sublime shapes of the mountains, the changes of the seasons, tempest and calm, the silence of winter, and the life and turbulence of our alpine summers, she found ample scope for admiration and delight. While my companion contemplated with a serious and satisfied spirit the magnificent appearances of things, I delighted in investigating their causes. The world was to me a secret which I desired to divine. Curiosity, earnest research to learn the hidden laws of nature, gladness akin to rapture, as they were unfolded to me, are among the earliest sensations I can remember. On the birth of a second son, my junior by 7 years, my parents gave up entirely their wandering life and fixed themselves in their native country. We possessed a house in Geneva. I don't know how to pronounce this. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I felt the need to check because I know the one person who would be listening to this right now is French, and I needed to not entirely butcher it. We possessed a house in Geneva and a campagne on Bellerive, the eastern shore of the lake, at the distance of rather more than a league from the sea. We resided principally in the latter, and the lives of my parents were passed in considerable seclusion. It was my temper to avoid a crowd and to attach myself fervently to a few. I was indifferent, therefore, to my schoolfellows in general, but I united myself in the bonds of the closest friendship to one among them. Henry Clerval was the son of a merchant of Geneva. He was a boy of singular talent and fancy. He loved enterprise, hardship, and even danger for its own sake. He was deeply read in books of chivalry and romance. He composed heroic songs and began to write many a tale of enchantment and knightly adventure. He tried to make us act plays and to enter into masquerades in which the characters were drawn from the heroes. Why? I have never struggled this much with a book. My brain just fully broke. I love that for me. Well, hopefully the one person watching is Firestorm, and that Firestorm is asleep. Now I don't remember why I was. In which the characters were drawn from of the Round Table of King Arthur and the chivalrous train who shed their blood to redeem the holy I have never seen that word. Well, I have, clearly, because I've read this book before, but... Oh. It means grave, by the way. It's sepulcher. Okay. I just chucked my phone accidentally. And now I've lost my space. who shed their blood to redeem the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of the infidels. No human being could have passed a happier childhood than myself. My parents were possessed by the very spirit of kindness and indulgence. We felt that they were not the tyrants to rule our lot according to their caprice. Caprice. Water. Man, this is what happens when you don't read out loud very often. You realize you have no idea how to actually pronounce anything that you've read. But the agents and creators of all the many delights which we enjoyed. When I mingled with other families, I distinctly discerned how peculiarly fortunate my lot was, and gratitude assisted the development of filial love. My temper was sometimes violent, and my passions vehement, but by some law in my temperature they were turned not towards childish pursuits, but to an eager desire to learn, and not to learn all things indiscriminately. I confess that neither the structure of languages, nor the code of governments, nor the politics of various states possessed attractions for me. It was the secrets of heaven and earth that I desired to learn, and whether it was the outward substance of things or the inner spirit of nature and the mysterious soul of man that occupied me, still my inquiries were directed to the metaphysical, or in its highest sense, the physical secrets of the world. Meanwhile, Clerval occupied himself, so to speak, with the moral relations of things. The busy stage of life, the virtues of heroes, and the actions of men were his theme, and his hope and dream was to become one among those whose names are recorded in history as the gallant and adventurous benefactors of our species. The saintly soul of Elizabeth shone like a shrine dedicated lamp in our peaceful home. Her sympathy was ours. Her smile, her soft voice, the sweet glance of her celestial eyes were ever there to bless and animate us. She was the living spirit of love, to soften and attract. I might have become sullen in my study, rough through the ardor of my nature, but that she was there to subdue me to a semblance of her own gentleness. And Clerval, could aught ill entrench on the noble spirit of Clerval? Yet he might not have been so perfectly humane, so thoughtful in his generosity, so full of kindness and tenderness amidst his passion for adventurous exploit, had she not unfolded to him the real loveliness of beneficence, and made the doing good the end and aim of his soaring ambition. I feel exquisite pleasure in dwelling on the recollections of childhood, before misfortune had tainted my mind and changed its bright visions of extensive usefulness into gloomy and narrow reflections upon self. Besides, in drawing the picture of my early days, I also record those events which led, by insensible steps, to my after tale of misery. For when I would account to myself for the birth of that passion which afterwards ruled my destiny, I find it arise, like a mountain river, from ignoble and almost forgotten sources, but swelling as it proceeded, it became the torrent which, in its course, has swept away all my hopes and joys. Natural philosophy is the genius that regulated my fate. I desire, therefore, in this narration to state those facts which led to my predilection for that science. When I was 13 years of age, we all went on a party of pleasure to the baths near Thonon. If I'm pronouncing anything wrong, oh well. The inclemency of the weather obliged us to remain a day confined to the inn. In this house I chanced to find a volume of the works of Cornelius Agrippa. I opened it with apathy. The theory which he attempts to demonstrate and the wonderful facts which he relates soon changed this feeling into enthusiasm. A new light seemed to dawn upon my mind, and bounding with joy, I communicated my discovery to my father. My father looked carelessly at the title page of my book and said, "Ah, Cornelius Agrippa, my dear Victor, do not waste your time upon this. It is sad trash." If, instead of this remark, my father had taken the pains to explain to me that the principles of Agrippa had been entirely exploded, and that a modern system of science had been introduced which possessed much greater powers than the ancient, because the powers of the latter were chimerical, while those of the former were real and practical. Under such circumstances, I should certainly have thrown Agrippa aside and have contented my imagination, warmed as it was, by returning with greater ardor to my former studies. It is even possible that the train of my ideas would never have received the fatal impulse that led to my ruin. But the cursory glance of my father had taken of my volume by no means... No, hold on. But the cursory glance my father had taken of my volume by no means assured me that he was acquainted with its contents, and I continued to read with the greatest avidity. When I returned home, my first care was to procure the whole works of this author, and afterwards of Paracelsus and Albertus Magnus. I read and studied the wild fancies of these writers with delight. They appeared to me treasures known to few beside myself. I have described myself as always having been imbued with a fervent longing to penetrate the secrets of nature. In spite of the intense labor and wonderful discoveries of modern philosophers, I always came from my studies discontented and unsatisfied. Sir Isaac Newton is said to have avowed that he felt like a child picking up shells beside the great and unexplored ocean of truth. Those of his successors in each branch of natural philosophy with whom I was acquainted appeared even to my boy's apprehensions as tyros engaged in the same pursuit. The untaught peasant beheld the elements around him and was acquainted with their practical uses. The most learned philosopher knew little more. He had partially unveiled the face of nature, but her immortal lineaments were still a wonder and a mystery. He might dissect, anatomize, and give names, but not to speak of a final cause. Causes in their secondary and tertiary grades were utterly unknown to him. I had gazed upon the fortifications and impediments. Ugh, it's driving me crazy. Impediments that seemed to keep human beings from entering the citadel of nature, and rashly and ignorantly I had repined. But here were books, and here were men who had penetrated deeper and knew more. I took their word for all that they had averred, and I became their disciple. It may appear strange that such should arise in the 18th century, but while I followed the routine of education in the schools of Geneva, I was, to a great degree, self-taught with regard to my favorite studies. My father was not scientific, and I was left to struggle with a child's blindness, added to a student's thirst for knowledge. Under the guidance of my new preceptors, I entered with the greatest diligence into the search of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life, but the latter soon obtained my undivided attention. Wealth was an inferior object, but what glory would attend the discovery if I could banish disease from the human frame and render man invulnerable to any but a violent death? Nor were these my only visions. The raising of ghosts or devils was a promise liberally accorded by my favorite authors, the fulfillment of which I most eagerly sought, and if my incantations were always unsuccessful, I attributed the failure rather to my own inexperience and mistake than to want of skill or fidelity in my instructors. And thus, for a time, I was occupied by exploding systems, mingling like an unadept a thousand contradictory theories, and floundering desperately in a very slough of multifarious knowledge, guided by an ardent imagination and childish reasoning, till an accident again changed the current of my ideas. When I was about very confidently wrong there. When I was about 15 years old, we had retired to our house near Bellerive, when we witnessed a most violent and terrible thunderstorm. It advanced from behind the mounds of Jura. And the thunder burst at once with frightful loudness from the various quarters of the heavens. I remained, while the storm lasted, watching its progress with curiosity and delight. As I stood at the door, on a sudden I beheld a stream of fire issue from an old and beautiful oak which stood about 20 yards from our house, and so soon as the dazzling light vanished, the stump had disappeared, with nothing remaining. The oak had disappeared, with nothing remained but a blasted stump. When we visited it the next morning, we found the tree shattered in a singular manner. It was not splintered by the shock, but entirely reduced to thin ribbons of wood. I never beheld something so utterly destroyed. Before this, I was not unacquainted with the more obvious laws of electricity. On this occasion, a man of great research in natural philosophy was with us, and excited by this catastrophe, he entered on the explanation of a theory which he had formed on the subject of electricity and galvanism, which was at once new and astonishing to me. All that he said threw greatly into the shade Cornelius Agrippa, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus, the lords of my imagination. But by some fatality, the overthrow of these men disinclined me to pursue my accustomed studies. It seemed to me as if nothing would or could ever be known. All that had so long engaged my attention suddenly grew despicable. By one of these caprices, I'm going to go with caprices, and if I'm wrong, then I will fix it later. Oh, I've lost. By one of these caprices of the mind, of which we are perhaps most subject in early youth, I at once gave up on my former occupations, set down natural history and all its progeny as a deformed and abortive creation, and entertained the greatest disdain for a would-be science, which could never even step foot within the threshold of real knowledge. In this mood of mind, I betook myself to the mathematics and the branches of study appertaining to that science as being built upon secure foundations and so worthy of my consideration. Thus strangely are our souls constructed, and by such slight ligaments are we bound to prosperity or ruin. When I look back, it seems to me as if this almost miraculous change of inclination and will was the immediate suggestion of the guardian angel of my life, the last effort made by the spirit of preservation to avert the storm that was even then hanging in the stars and ready to envelop me. Her victory was announced by an unusual tranquillity and gladness of soul, which followed the relinquishing of my ancient and latterly tormenting studies. It was thus that I was to be taught to associate evil with their prosecution, happiness with their disregard. It was a strong effort of the spirit of good, but it was ineffectual. Destiny was too potent, and her immutable laws had decreed my utter and terrible destruction. Alright, I'm going to take a pause at chapter 3 here. Just for a minute. To kind of readjust. How many chapters are in this book? Like proper chapters. 24. I'm looking to get to chapter 5, at least. But we shall see. Chapter 3. When I had attained the age of 17, my parents resolved that I should become a student at the University of Ingolstadt. I had hitherto attended the schools of Geneva, but my father thought it necessary for the completion of my education that I should be made acquainted with other customs than those of my native country. My departure was therefore fixed at an early date, but before the day resolved upon could arrive, the first misfortune of my life occurred, an omen, as it were, of my future misery. Elizabeth had caught the scarlet fever. Her illness was severe, and she was in the greatest danger. During her illness, many arguments had been urged to persuade my mother to refrain from attending upon her. She had at first yielded to our entreaties, but when she heard that the life of her favorite was menaced, she could no longer control her anxiety. She attended her sick bed. Her watchful attentions triumphed over the malignity of the distemper. Elizabeth was saved, but the consequences of this imprudence were fatal to her preserver. On the third day, my mother sickened. Her fever was accompanied by the most alarming symptoms, and the looks of her medical attendants prognosticated the worst event. On her deathbed, the fortitude and benignity of this best of women did not desert her. She joined the hands of Elizabeth and myself. "My children," she said, "my firmest hopes of future happiness were placed on the prospect of your union. This expectation will now be the consolation of your father. Elizabeth, my love, you must supply my place to my younger children. Alas, I regret that I am taken from you, and, happy and beloved as I have been, is it not hard to quit you all? But these are not thoughts befitting me. I will endure to resign myself cheerfully to death, and will indulge a hope of meeting you in another world." She died calmly, and her countenance expressed affection even in death. I need not describe the feelings of those whose dearest ties are rent by that most irreparable evil, the void that presents itself to the soul, and the despair that is exhibited on the countenance. It is so long before the mind can persuade itself that she whom we saw every day, and whose very existence appeared a part of our own, can have departed forever, that the brightness of a beloved eye can have been distinguished, and the sound of a voice so familiar and dear to the ear can be hushed, never more to be heard. These are the reflections of the first days, but when the lapse of time proves the reality of evil, then the actual bitterness of grief commences. Yet from whom has not that rude hand rent away some dear connection? And why should I describe a sorrow which all have felt, and must feel? The time at length arrives when grief is rather an indulgence than a necessity, and the smile that plays upon the lips, although it may be deemed a sacrilege, is not banished. My mother is dead, but we had still duties which we ought to perform. We must continue our course with the rest, and learn to think ourselves fortunate whilst one remains whom the spoiler has not seized. My departure for Ingolstadt, which had been deferred upon by these events, was now again determined upon. I obtained from my father a respite of some weeks. It appeared to me sacrilege so soon to leave the repose akin to death of the house of mourning, and to rush into the thick of life. I was new to sorrow, but it did not the less alarm me. I was unwilling to quit the sight of those that had remained to me, and above all, I desired to see my sweet Elizabeth in some degree consoled. She indeed veiled her grief and strove to act the comforter to us all. She looked steadily on life and assumed its duties with courage and zeal. She devoted herself to those whom she had been taught to call her uncle and cousins. Never was she so enchanting as at this time, when she recalled the sunshine of her smiles and spent them upon us. She forgot even her own regret in her endeavors to make us forget. The day of my departure had at length arrived. Clerval spent the last evening with us. He had endeavored to persuade his father to permit him to accompany me and to become my fellow student, but in vain. His father was a narrow-minded trader and saw idleness and ruin in the aspirations and ambition of his son. Henry deeply felt the misfortune of being debarred from a liberal education. He said little, but when he spoke, I read in his kindling eye and in his animated glance a restrained but firm resolve not to be changed to the miserable details of commerce. Fair enough. We sat late. We could not tear ourselves away from each other, nor persuade ourselves to say the word farewell. It was said, and we retired under the pretense of seeking repose, each fancying that the other was deceived. But when at morning's dawn I descended to the carriage, which was to convey me away, they were all there. My father again to bless me, Clerval to press my hand once more, my Elizabeth to renew her entreaties that I would write often, and to bestow the last feminine attentions on her playmate and friend. I threw myself into the chaise that was to convey me away, and indulged in the most melancholy of reflections. I, who had ever been surrounded by amiable companions, continually engaged in endeavoring to bestow mutual pleasure. I was now alone. In the university, whither I was I must form my own friends and be my own protector. My life had hitherto been remarkably secluded and domestic, and this had given me invincible repugnance to new countenances. I loved my brothers, Elizabeth and Clerval. These were old familiar faces, but I believed myself totally unfitted for the company of strangers. Such were my reflections as I commenced my journey, but as I proceeded, my spirits and hopes rose. I ardently desired the acquisition of knowledge. I had often, when at home, thought it hard to remain during my youth, cooped up in one place, and had longed to enter the world and take my station among other human beings. Now my desires were complied with, and it would, indeed, have been folly to repent. I had sufficient leisure for these and many other reflections during my journey to Ingolstadt, which was long and fatiguing. At length the high white steeple of the town met my eyes. I alighted, and was conducted to my solitary apartment to spend the evening as I pleased. The next morning I delivered my letters of introduction, and paid a visit to some of the principal professors. Chance, or rather the evil influence, the angel of destruction, which asserted omnipotent sway over me from the moment I turned my reluctant steps from my father's door, led me first to M. Krempe, professor of natural philosophy. He was an uncouth man, but deeply imbued with the secrets of his science. He asked me several questions concerning my progress in the different branches of science appertaining to natural philosophy. I replied carelessly, and partly in contempt, mentioned the name of my alchemist as the principal authors I had studied. The professor stared. "Have you," he said, "really spent your time in studying such nonsense?" I replied in the affirmative. "Every minute," continued Mr. Krempe. Oh, I guess it would probably be Monsieur. I don't know. M. Krempe with warmth. "Every instant that you have wasted on those books is utterly and entirely lost. You have burdened your memory with exploded systems and useless names. Good God! In what desert land have you lived, where no one was kind enough to inform you that these fancies which you have so greedily imbibed are 1,000 years old and as musty as they are ancient? I little expected in this enlightened and scientific age to find a disciple of Albert Magnus and Paracelsus. My dear sir, you must begin your studies entirely anew." So saying, he stepped aside and wrote down a list of several books treating of natural philosophy which he desired me to procure, and dismissed after mentioning that in the beginning of the following week he intended to commence a course of lectures upon natural philosophy and its general relations, and that Waldman, a fellow professor, would lecture upon chemistry the alternate days that he omitted. I returned home not disappointed, for I have said that I long considered those authors useless, whom the professor reprobated. Ugh. Wow, welcome back, Ray. I'm sorry I didn't notice that I had my book entirely in front of my face. Oh, where was I? But I returned not at all the more inclined to recur to those studies in any shape. Krempe was a squat little man with a gruff voice and a repulsive countenance. The teacher, therefore, did not prepossess me in favor of his pursuits. In rather a too philosophical and connected a strain, perhaps, I have given an account of the conclusions I had come to concerning them in my early years. As a child, I had not been content with the results promised by the modern professors of natural science. With a confusion of ideas only to be accounted for by my extreme youth and my want of a guide on such matters, I had retrod the steps of knowledge along the paths of time, and exchanged the discoveries of recent inquirers for the dreams of forgotten alchemists. Besides, I had a contempt for the uses of modern natural philosophy. It was very different when the masters of the science sought immortality and power. Such views, although futile, were grand. But now the scene was changed. The ambition of the inquirer seemed to limit itself to the annihilation of those visions on which my interest in science was chiefly founded. I was required to exchange chimeras of boundless grandeur for realities of little worth. Such were my reflections during the first 2 or 3 days of my residence at Ingolstadt, which were chiefly spent in becoming acquainted with the localities and principal residents in my new abode. But as the ensuing week commenced, I thought of the information with which Kremp had given me concerning the lectures, and although I did not consent to go and hear that little conceited fellow deliver sentences out of a pulpit, I recollected what he had said of Waldman, who I had never seen, as he had hitherto been out of town. Partly from curiosity and partly from idleness, I went into the lecturing room, which Waldman entered shortly after. This professor was very unlike his colleague. He appeared about 50 years of age, but with an aspect expressive of the greatest benevolence. A few gray hairs covered his temple, but those at the back of his head were nearly black. His person was short, but remarkably erect, and his voice the sweetest I had ever heard. I lost my place. He began his lecture by a wow, I just can't speak. I know how to pronounce these words. I just can't speak. Ugh, where was my place? Okay. He began his lecture by a recapitulation of the history of chemistry and the various improvements made by different men of learning, pronouncing with fervor the names of the most distinguished discoverers. He then took a cursory view of the present state of science, and explained many of its elementary terms. After having made a few preparatory experiments, he concluded with a panegyric thank you for the hearts, upon modern chemistry, the terms of which I shall never forget. Hold on, I'm a watch. I will have stream up on my phone as well. Okay. The ancient teachers of this science, said he, promised impossibilities and performed nothing. The modern masters promise very little. They know that metals cannot be transmuted and that the elixir of life is a chimera, but these philosophers whose hands seem only made to dabble in dirt, and their eyes to pore over the microscope or crucible, have indeed performed miracles. They penetrate into the recesses of nature and show how she works in her hiding places. They ascend into the heavens. They have discovered how the blood circulates and the nature of the air we breathe. They have acquired new and almost unlimited powers, and they can command the thunders of heaven, mimic the earthquake, and even mock the invisible world with its own shadows. Such were the professor's words. Rather, let me say, such the words of fate, announced to destroy me. As he went on, I felt as if my soul were grappling with a palpable enemy. One by one, the various keys were touched which formed the mechanism of my being. Chord after chord was sounded, and soon my mind was filled with one thought, one conception, one purpose. So much has been done, exclaimed the soul of Frankenstein. Far more will I achieve. Treading in the steps already marked, I will pioneer a new way, explore unknown powers, and unfold to the world the deepest mysteries of creation. I closed not my eyes that night. My internal being was in a state of insurrection and turmoil. I felt that order would thence arise, but I had no power to produce it. By degrees, after the morning's dawn, sleep came. I awoke, and my yesternight's thoughts were as a dream. There only remained a resolution to return to my ancient studies and devote myself to a science for which I believed myself to possess a natural talent. On the same day, I paid Waldman a visit. His manners in private were even more mild and attractive than in public, for there was a certain dignity in his mien during his lecture which in his own house was replaced by the greatest affability and kindness. I gave him pretty nearly the same account of my former pursuits as I had given to his fellow professor. He heard with attention the little narration concerning my studies and smiled at the names of Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus, but without the contempt that Kremp had exhibited. He said that these men were to those indefatigable zeal. Modern philosophers were indebted for most of the foundations of their knowledge. They had left to us as an easier task to give new names and arrange in connected classifications the facts which they, in a great degree, had been the instruments of bringing to light. The labors of men of genius, however erroneously directed, scarcely ever fail in ultimately turning to the solid advantage of mankind. I listened to his statement, which was delivered without any presumption or affectation, and then added that his lecture had removed my prejudices against modern chemists. I expressed myself in measured terms, with the modesty and deference due from a youth to his instructor, without letting escape an experience in life would have made me ashamed any of the enthusiasm which stimulated my intended labors. I requested his advice concerning the books I ought to procure. I am happy, said Waldman, to have gained a disciple, and if your application equals your ability, I have no doubt of your success. Chemistry is that branch of natural philosophy in which the greatest improvements have been made and may be made. It is on that account that I have made it my peculiar study. But at the same time, I have not neglected the other branches of science. A man would make but a very sorry chemist if he had tended to that department of human knowledge alone. If your wish is to become really a man of science, and not merely a petty experimentalist, I should advise you to apply to every branch of natural philosophy, including in mathematics. He then took me into his laboratory and explained to me the uses of his various machines, instructing me as to what I ought to procure, and promising me the use of his own when I should have advanced far enough in the science not to derange their mechanism. He also gave me the list of books which I had requested, and I took my leave. Thus ended a day memorable to me. It decided my future destiny. Y'all gotta wait until 3 a.m. Wait, hold on, what? What is being said? I need a break from water. Or I need a break from water. I need a break from speaking for water. Oh, my lemon water has gotten lemony. Oh. We are on, I believe, finally, chapter 4. I have this page dog-eared. Why do I have this page dog-eared? I have several pages dog-eared, and I'm curious why. Especially because this is the only book I've ever really dog-eared, because everything... What does this note say? Okay, hold on. I never dog-ear anything, so I'm curious now what I have marked. I know one of these is marked because I find it really comical that it reads with the same pattern as Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Ah, here it is. No, it isn't. Okay, whatever. We'll find it eventually. Yeah, we'll get there. Okay. Chapter 4. From this day, natural philosophy, and particularly chemistry in the most comprehensive sense of the term, became nearly my sole occupation. I read with ardor those works, so full of genius and discrimination, which modern inquirers have written on these subjects. I attended the lectures and cultivated the acquaintance of the men of science of the university, and I found even in Krempe a great deal of sound sense and real information combined. It is true, with a repulsive physiognomy. I'm just gonna give myself a second for that one. Physiognomy. All right. And I found even in Krempe a great deal of sound sense and real information combined, it is true, with a repulsive physiognomy and nature. I just completely made up and nature. It says and manners. With a repulsive physiognomy and manners, but not on that account the less valuable. In Waldman I found a true friend. His gentleness was never tinged by dogmatism, and his instructions were given with an air of frankness and good nature that banished every idea of pedantry. In 1,000 ways, he smoothed for me the path of knowledge and made the most abstruse inquiries clear and facile to my apprehension. My application was at first fluctuating and uncertain. It gained strength as I proceeded and soon became so ardent and eager that the stars often disappeared in the light of morning, whilst I was still yet engaged in my laboratory. As I applied so closely, it may be easily conceived that my progress was rapid. My ardor was indeed the astonishment of the students, and my proficiency that of the masters. Professor Kremp often asked me, with a sly smile, how Cornelius Agrippa went on, whilst Waldman expressed the most heartful exultation in my progress. 2 years passed in this manner, during which I paid no visit to Geneva, but was engaged heart and soul in the pursuit of some discoveries which I hoped to make. None but those who have experienced them can conceive the enticements of science. I am once again reminded why this book moves me so much, and also why I itch to study. In other studies, you go as far as others have gone before you, and there is nothing more to know. But in a scientific pursuit, there is continual food for discovery and wonder. A mind of moderate capacity which closely pursues one study must infallibly arrive at great proficiency in that study, and I, who continually sought the attainment of one object of pursuit and was solely wrapped up in this, improved so rapidly that at the end of 2 years I made some discoveries in the improvement of some chemical instruments, which procured me great esteem and admiration at the university. When I had arrived at this point and become as well acquainted with the theory and practice of natural philosophy as depended on the lessons of any of the professors at Ingolstadt, my residence there being no longer conducive to my improvements, I thought of returning to my friends in my native town, when an incident happened that protracted my stay. One of the phenomena which had peculiarly attracted my attention was the structure of the human frame, and indeed any animal endued with life. Whence, I often asked myself, did the principle of life proceed? It was a bold question, and one which has ever been considered as a mystery. Yet with how many things we are upon the brink of becoming acquainted, if cowardice or carelessness did not restrain our inquiries. I revolved these circumstances in my mind and determined thenceforth to apply. Whoa! I might need to be done soon. Damn, I can't read. I revolved these circumstances in my mind and determined thenceforth to apply myself more particularly to those branches of natural philosophy which relate to physiology. Unless I had been animated by an almost supernatural enthusiasm, my application to this study would have been irksome and almost intolerable. To examine the causes of life, we must first have recourse to death. I became acquainted with the science of anatomy, but this was not sufficient. I must also observe the natural decay and corruption of the human body. In my education, my father had taken the greatest precautions that my mind should be impressed with no supernatural horrors. I'm sorry, I'm laughing right now because I'm reading this going, Yeah, if you know why I find this, and like, kind of comical, then you know. Hold on, I am just checking something really quickly. Okay, sorry, I thought I got a very important email, but it was not important, as it turns out. Okay. I do not ever remembered to have trembled at a tale of superstition or to have feared the apparition of a spirit. Darkness had no effect upon my fancy, and a churchyard was to me merely the receptacle of bodies deprived of life, which, from being the seat of beauty and strength, had become food for the worm. Now I was led to examine the cause and progress of this decay, and forced to spend days and nights in vaults and charnel houses. Is that how I spell that? Carnal? Carnal houses, maybe? My attention was fixed upon every object, the most insupportable to the delicacy of the human feelings. I saw how the fine form of man was degraded and wasted. I beheld the corruption of life succeed to the blooming cheek of life. Nope. I beheld the corruption of death succeed to the blooming cheek of life. I saw how the worm inherited the wonders of the eye and brain. I paused, examining and analyzing all the...
I didn't know how bad, how many of you...
I can't read and hear the audio of the video behind me. Bear with me for 1 second. I have to turn it down. Okay. I paused, examining and analyzing all the minutiae of causation, as exemplified in the most... No, I am struggling to read. I might need to be done soon. I was wanting to get to chapter 5, which is in... Oh, I'm on chapter 5. I'm on chapter 5? No. I'll see if I can get through chapter 5. That's 12 more pages. Okay. There we go. As exemplified in the change from life to death and death to life, until from the midst of this darkness a sudden light broke in upon me, a light so brilliant and wondrous, yet so simple that while I became dizzy with the immensity of the prospect which it illustrated, I was surprised that among so many men of genius who had directed their inquiries toward the same science, that I alone should be reserved to discover so astonishing a secret. Remember, I am not recording the vision of a madman. The sun does not more certainly shine in the heavens than that which I now affirm is true. Some miracle might have produced it, yet the stages of discovery, yet the stages of the discovery were distinct and probable. After days and nights of incredible labor and fatigue, I succeeded in discovering the cause of generation and life. Nay, more. I became myself capable of bestowing animation upon lifeless matter. The astonishment which I had at first experienced on this discovery soon gave place to delight and rapture. After so much time spent in painful labor, to arrive at once at the summit of my desires was the most gratifying consummation of my toils. But this discovery was so great and overwhelming that all the steps by which I had been progressively led to it were obliterated, and I beheld only the result. What had been the study and desire of the wisest man since creation of the world was now within my grasp. Not that, like a magic scene, it all opened upon me at once. The information I had obtained was of a nature rather direct to my endeavors, so soon as I should point them toward the object of my search than to exhibit that object already accomplished. I was like the Arabian who had been buried with the dead and found a passage to life, aided only by one glimmering and seemingly ineffectual light. I see by your eagerness and the wonder and hope which your eyes express, my friend, that you expect to be informed of the secret with which I am acquainted. That cannot be. Listen patiently until the end of my story, and you will easily perceive why I am reserved upon that subject. I will not lead you on, unguarded and ardent as I then was, to your destruction and infallible misery. Learn from me, if not by precepts, at least by my example, how dangerous is the acquirement of knowledge, and how much happier that man is who believes his native town to be the world than he who aspires to become greater than his nature will allow. When I found so astonishing a power placed within my hands, I hesitated a long time concerning the matter in which I should employ it. Though I possessed the capacity of bestowing animation, yet to prepare a frame for the reception of it, with all its intricacies of fibers, muscles, and veins, still remained a work of inconceivable difficulty and labor. I doubted at first whether I should attempt the creation of a being like myself, or one of simpler organization, but my imagination was too much exalted by my first success to permit me to doubt of my ability to give life to an animal as complex and wonderful as man. The materials at present within my command hardly appeared adequate to so arduous an undertaking, but I doubted not that I should ultimately succeed. I prepared myself for a multitude of reverses. My operations might be incessantly baffled, and at last my work be imperfect. Yet, when I considered the improvement with which every day takes place in science and mechanics, I was encouraged to hope at my present. Hello. Hello to whoever has joined us, Annie. I'm just reading. That's about it right now. I think the viewers that I know I am 80% sure have fallen asleep, which is exactly what I would want. So, I cannot complain in the slightest. I know I have 2 people here that have hopefully fallen asleep. Where was I? I was encouraged to hope my present attempts would at least lay the foundations of future success, nor could I consider the magnitude and complexity of my plan as any argument of its impracticability. I'm struggling to read because of how long I've been doing this. Oh, Ray's awake. Kind of. That's about it. I am struggling to read because of how long I've been doing this. It's not the easiest read for out loud, for sure. That's okay. It was with these feelings that I began the creation of a human being. As the minuteness of the parts formed a great hindrance to my speed, I resolved, contrary to my first intention, to make the being of a gigantic stature, that is to say, about 8 feet in height and proportionably large. After having formed this determination and having spent some months in successfully collecting and arranging my materials, I began. Genuine question, how did he manage to keep the tissue from degrading so much if he was collecting over months? If he was collecting, do you think he means materials in other ways? Because if he's talking about tissue, it would degrade very quickly. And we're talking about the 1700s right now. So there's no way, because even in storage, like current, like modern day storage, it's about, I mean, organs can only last months. I don't know. It interests me. Okay. No one can conceive the variety of feelings which bore me onwards, like a hurricane, in the first enthusiasms of success. Life and death appeared to me ideal bounds, which I should first break through and pour a torrent of light into our dark world. A new species would bless me as its creator and source. Many happy and excellent natures would owe their being to me. Yeah, that sums it up. No father could claim the gratitude of his child so completely as I should deserve theirs. Pursuing these reflections, I thought that if I could bestow animation upon lifeless matter, I might, in process of time, although I now find it impossible, renew life where death had apparently devoted the body to corruption. These thoughts supported my spirits, while I pursued my undertaking with unremitting ardor. My cheek had grown pale with study, and my person had become emaciated with confinement. Sometimes, on the very brink of certainty, I failed, yet I still clung to the hope which the next day or the next hour might realize. One secret which I alone possessed was the hope to which I had dedicated myself, and the moon glazed on my midnight labors, while, with unrelaxed and breathless eagerness, I pursued nature to her hiding places. Who shall conceive the horrors of my secret toil as I dabbled among the unhallowed damps of the grave, or tortured the living animal to animate the lifeless clay? My limbs now tremble, and my eyes swim with the remembrance. But then, A resistless and almost frantic impulse urged me forward. I seemed to have lost all soul or sensation but for this one pursuit. It was indeed but a passing trance that only made me feel with renewed acuteness as soon as, the natural stimulus ceasing to operate, I had returned to my old habits. I collect bones from carnal houses and disturbed with profane fingers the tremendous secrets of the human frame, in a solitary chamber, or rather cell, at the top of the house, and separated from all the other apartments by a gallery and a staircase. I kept my workshop of filthy creation. My eyeballs were starting from their sockets as attending to the details of my employment. The dissecting room in the slaughterhouse furnished many of my materials, and often did my human nature turn with loathing from my occupation, whilst, still urged on by an eagerness which perpetually increased, I brought my work near to a conclusion. The summer once passed. The summer months passed while I was thus engaged, heart and soul. Say what again? I'm sorry, there is definitely, Wow, I read longer than I have footage for. That's kind of wild. Say what again? I'm sorry. There is a latency, there's a delay between the chat and the recording. I have no problem waiting, though. I do think it's funny that I managed to read longer than I have, like an entire recording for. Screw it, I'll just restart it. Oh wait, can I? Hold on. Do I remember the 21st night of September? I ran out of footage. I didn't realize I had that little footage. I thought I had, I mean, I do have hours of, I had like about 2 hours of footage, and I guess I'm about 2 hours in, so I guess that makes sense. I'm gonna get a drink of water because I have been reading for 2 hours. It's been a while. Mia. Yes, I did say. I can't yell at Sticker through. I can't yell at Sticker. That's okay. Ray, just go to sleep. Go to. Ray, go to sleep. Okay, where was I? The summer months passed while I was thus engaged, heart and soul in one pursuit. You have internet issues from your side, so you didn't hear. I'm not sure what part you didn't hear. I've just been reading. That's about it. I mean, as for how it's going, it's I've been reading long enough that I am struggling to read. Right, go to bed. Just let it take you. It does want you. It's just playing hard to get. All right. The summer months passed while I was thus engaged, heart and soul, in one pursuit. It was a most beautiful season. Never did the fields bestow a more plentiful harvest, or the vines yield a more luxuriant vintage, but my eyes were insensible to the charms of nature. And the same feelings which made me neglect the scenes around me caused me also to forget those friends who were so many miles absent, and whom I had not seen for so long a time. I knew my silence disquieted them, and I well remembered the words of my father. I know that while you are pleased with yourself, you will think of us with affection, and we shall hear regularly from you. You must pardon me if I regard any interruption in your correspondence as proof that your other duties are equally neglected. That is such a dad thing to say. Uh, 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 you're probably fine to nap, girl. I have not played Resident Evil. I don't own any of the games, and honestly, my computer can't handle it. But I am working on getting a better PC. I knew well, therefore, what would be my father's feelings, but I could not tear my thoughts from my employment, loathsome in itself, but which had taken an irresistible hold of my imagination. I wished, as it were, to procrastinate all that related to my feelings of affection until the great object which swallowed up every habit of my nature should be completed. I then thought that my father would be unjust if he ascribed my neglect to vice or faultiness on my part, but I am now convinced that he was justified in conceiving that I should not be altogether free from blame. A human being in perfection ought always to preserve a calm and peaceful mind, and never to allow passion or a transitionary desire to disturb his tranquility. I know of Resident Evil. I don't know a ton about Resident Evil. I do not own any of them because they're really expensive. I don't own any of them because they're really expensive. They went on sale recently, but I didn't know which one I would enjoy, so I just didn't really worry about it too much. I have many games to play. Even once I have a better PC, I have some games that I am waiting to play. I do not think that the pursuit of knowledge is an exception to this rule. If the study to which you apply yourself has a tendency to weaken your affections and to destroy your taste for those simple pleasures in which to no alloy, no, to which, to, in which no alloy can possibly mix, then that study is certainly unlawful, that is to say, not befitting the human mind. If this rule were always observed, if no man allowed any pursuit whatsoever to interfere with the tranquillity of his domestic affections, Greece had not been enslaved, Caesar would have spared his country, America would have been discovered more gradually, and the empires of Mexico and Peru had not been destroyed. But I forget that I am moralizing in the most interesting part of my tale, and your looks remind me to proceed. I have not set up my Twitch yet, but I am planning on doing it soon. That is something I plan on doing. It is on my to-do list. I just have a hard time remembering, honestly. I am going to set up a Twitch. The real issue isn't setting up the Twitch. That's easy. I've done that before. The real issue is finding a way to be able to stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, and I can't see my chat typically when I'm recording, so finding a way to be able to watch both chats would be the most important part. So at the moment, I only stream on YouTube because I can easily pull it up and watch it right here on my phone. Or in this case, when I'm just staring at my OBS directly. Yeah. No, honestly, it's good to try. You know, it's just I haven't figured it out yet. That's about it. I forgot. Hold on. I won't do that right now. I'll do it later. Can I get my thing to stop freaking out? Okay. Now my computer's not freaking out anymore. I'm going to finish these 2 paragraphs here because that is the rest of... I was trying to reach chapter 5 at least, and I am about to finish up chapter 4. So I'm going to read these 2 paragraphs and then I will go back to chatting. My father made no reproach in his letters and only took notice of my silence by inquiring into my occupations more particularly than before. Winter, spring, and summer passed away during my labors, but I did not watch the blossom or the expanding leaves, sights which before always yielded me supreme delight, so which before, or nope. So deeply was I engrossed in my occupation. The leaves of that year had withered before my work drew near to a close, and now every day showed me more plainly how well I had succeeded. But my enthusiasm was checked by my anxiety, and I appeared rather like one doomed by slavery to toil in the mines or any other unwholesome trade than an artist occupied by his favorite employment. Every night I was oppressed by a slow fever, and I became nervous to a most painful degree. The fall of a leaf startled me, and I shunned my fellow creatures as if I had been guilty of a crime. Sometimes I grew alarmed at the wreck I perceived that I had become. The energy of my purpose alone sustained me. My labors would soon end, and I believed that exercise and amusement would then drive away incipient disease. And I promised myself both of these when my creation should be complete. All right. I am going to put the book down for a minute and just chat with you guys so I can have a break from reading. Seeing as how my brain is mildly fried. More than mildly fried. I lost my other bookmark, but that's okay. I have multiple with me. No, I totally get it. Work and studies and just life. Really, all of it can get in the way. So, honestly, streaming can be easiest for me because as much as I love editing and I do have video ideas and such, editing does take quite a lot of time. And so, there's only so much I feel I can do at once, and sometimes streaming is just easier because I can sit here and I don't have to edit. I can just talk to you guys and hang out, and it's a little bit easier. I have several people who have requested, well, I actually suggested. I had already planned on probably doing some reading on my channel, but a couple of streams ago, maybe the last stream. Maybe the last stream. I had somebody be like, you would be great reading like a book on the video, and I was like, well, I had planned on doing that. Is that something you'd be interested in? And I got some pretty good interest, so I decided to do it on stream today because I know I have some people that would enjoy it. So despite the fact that I would prefer to edit a video for it, I will probably just end up with a compilation of reading it on stream, at least for some of them. What do I do beside the streaming? On my channel or in my life? Because on my channel, I try to edit long form content and some shorts as well. The shorts, I just find, they're easy to do. I find them funny. And, they also bring in a little bit more engagement. The long form content I really enjoy. It just also takes a long time. It takes a long time to do it, and as much as I love it, I don't totally have the time right now. And what I do enjoy about streaming that I can't get when I'm just editing is I do enjoy being able to chat with you guys while doing it. I might actually ask, I have a community Discord, I might actually ask them how they would feel about a stream where they just get to sit and watch me edit, because I feel like they would probably enjoy that. I definitely know that a lot of the content that I like to do also is tailored towards, helping people rest. To stay alive, I have I have 3 jobs, and I will be going back to being a student in the fall. So Love to share your creations. Absolutely. If you want to join the community Discord, go right ahead. There is places to post art and, you know, chat with us and all sorts of stuff. So, and yeah, I am, I am just about, I'm just about ready to be done, but I have another chapter to get through. I wanted to get through chapter 5. Yeah, that's a great way to connect with me. The Discord's a great way to connect with me. A lot of my people are going to be on there as well. Plus, there's a place for you to share art, and I don't have a self-promo channel, but I also don't really... You got hiccups? Oh, you're drawing me, Mo. Firestorm, why aren't you asleep? Firestorm called me a biblical a workaholic. Okay, first of all, Ray, you're not a fish. Firestorm, why are you awake? And third, why? This is to put specifically, Firestorm, this is specifically to put you to sleep. And Ray. But Ray's like secondary. Ray, this is an afternoon nap. You, it is midnight. Oh, that's fair. But that means I have to keep reading. And I'm so tired of reading. Probably once I reach chapter 5, unless my cramps actually kill me, I am going to move on to playing video games. If that wouldn't bother you, Firestorm. I might do something like, hold on, let me take a look at what video games I have downloaded. Oh, things are in my way. How do I... It won't let me look. I can't look without closing this, which I don't want to do. Would you guys get just as sleepy if I was just chilling playing a game? The link is invalid. Wait. Your melatonin can take it from there. Why is the link invalid? Hold up. I got this. Hold up. Yes, the link is invalid? Why is it invalid? I know, like the invite. Like I just don't know why it is invalid. How do I invite someone? Copy link. I got this. Put that there. There you go. There's an invite. I think that should work. Why can't I see it? Why can't I see my invite? Why can't I should be able to see everything. Hold on. Look at my OBS fighting me again. Don't we love it when this happens? Ray, help. Ray, help. I'll just run to Ray. Hold up, I'll pull up my, Technical difficulties don't only exist on streams. Yeah, it's just on streams that they show. I at the beginning of the stream, I nearly started streaming. Yes, help with the link, because for some reason I can't even see that I sent the link in... Hold on, let me actually send it through the thing. Ugh. I'm never... Because it expires in 30 days, and I forgot. Nah, I got this. Boom. There you go. That should do it. That should be fine. Also, just remind me to go do that.
New blueprint acquired.
Do that. And then I also need to... What is he doing? Nope, never mind. We're all good. Look. I don't claim to be good at tech. I never claimed to be good at anything. Okay, hold on. How do I do things?
To be repulsed by eating an animal carcass. Remember that humans survived this way for millennia. You can too.
Okay, that should be better. Technical difficulties, as always. Go to user management. Yeah, that makes no sense to me. Go to invites. To have it not time out. No, it doesn't do anything. I'm gonna be so honest, I don't understand a single part of it, and if that one link that if it works, if the one that I just sent works, then that's totally fine, because that one should work because it's a brand new invite. I will deal with the rest of it later. On an unrelated note, can somebody remove my uterus? And maybe my spine. So for the timing for me, that just says, hold on. In response. And I know that's not because that's what you're responding to. But I think it's funny.
Silver-based wiring kits are an essential component of many habitat modules.
Okay. That's so related. Okay, so if it works, then that works. If it works, then it works, and I will not deal with it until later. Except, also, can we... Ray, I know you're half asleep. Can you make a private channel in the Discord for moderators / you and I that nobody else can look at? Or maybe they can look at it. I don't care, but I just want it to be me. Basically able to access it, of things that I need to do for the channel that are not necessarily like suggestions, but like setting up the Twitch and fixing the Discord link, that kind of thing. It's more like maintenance. I have been... Ooh. I'm not gonna lie. I am super happy that you guys are here. I desperately need food, and I have been offered food. So I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna turn up my gameplay so you can watch that. But I do need to go eat because I have been offered food and I'm starving, so I really appreciate that. No, I don't get... apparently you have a way for me to not expire. Wow, I can't believe you found the, like, Fountain of Youth. I think you have to... I don't really want immortality. I also appreciate that we're on the same link. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat. Gameplay.
Oxygen.
Pretend that's me. Wait, it is me. I mean, I recorded that gameplay. I'm just not... Oh, thank you for putting up with me. I am starving.
Lifepod secondary systems online. Running full environment diagnostic and outputting results to databank.
Radio online. Broadcasting emergency distress signal. This is Aurora. Distress signal received. Rescue operation will be dispatched to your location in 9 hours. Continue to monitor for emergency transmissions from other life pods.
oxygen. Oxygen. Caution. Continued degradation of the Aurora's drive core may result in a quantum detonation. Continuing to monitor. New blueprint acquired. Lubricant is essential in construction of vehicles and power plants. The Sea Glide will increase your effective exploration range. For your safety, please pack supplies for long journeys and stay within 5 kilometers of the nearest life pod or habitat. Consider disguising the flavor of unsavory meat with salt or locally sourced herbs and spices.
This is Ozzy from the cafeteria. What the hell, guys? They didn't warn us this might happen. Our pod was almost crushed by the Seamoth Bay on the way down. Now we're hanging on the edge of a cave system, and this grim-looking snake thing's trying to eat through the hull. Come get us already.
Signal location uploaded to PDA. Short-range scans suggest this biome supports extensive biodiversity and connects to a number of small cave networks. Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Local scans show a nearby cave entrance, depth 90 meters, leading to an unknown environmental biome. "30 seconds. Integrating new PDA data. Life on this planet grows in unusually distinct and diverse ecological biomes. Further study recommended. Be advised, a common complication for cave divers is loss of orientation, followed by eventual asphyxiation. Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Seconds. Oxygen. Detecting massive energy signature in the region. Cannot identify. Warning. Local radiation readings suggest the Aurora's drive core has reached critical state. Quantum detonation will occur within 2 hours. Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Oxygen.
Receiving pre-recorded distress call. Laying back.
This is LifePod 3, uploading our coordinates. We're plugging some holes in our emergency sea glide, so if we're late for the rendezvous, don't panic. Also, don't go home without us. Seriously. 3 out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA. Bleach is an essential chemical used for cleaning wounds and purifying water. Preparing the day's water ration ahead of time will help ensure against dehydration and eventual death. Congratulations, survivor. You have exceeded your weekly exercise quotient by 500%. Data indicates that swimming was your favorite activity. Be sure to vary your routine for uniform muscle development. Integrating new PDA data. Seconds. Oxygen.
I'm just kidding, baby girl. You can keep yearning for me. Alright, there's one person I have to go harass real quick. But I am back. You are allowed to keep yearning. You may continue yearning. Oh my gosh, my stomach. Oh. Ray. My internal organs are all rebelling for different reasons. I know you know the feeling. I am in pain. Okay! I see you. Hi, cheese! Okay. So, I made it to Chapter 5. I didn't get it past Chapter 5. Do you guys mind if I move on from playing, or from reading, in order to go to playing a game? Would you guys mind? Just because I think my brain's fried. My brain's fried, and I think it shows. I am being yearned over, Mr. Cheese. Let's see, what could I play? I could just play Cryptid Farm. It's so chill. So nice and chill. We could do that. We could do that. Let's do that. I do love my empire. Are you wasting pay phone calls? Oh, 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 oh. Okay, hold on, because we can just... Ray, what? Okay. Oh, you haven't seen it! Hold on, I have to say, I love this attention, but also I need to address it. I need to address it in a form that Cheese can see. Just because I feel bad that he's left out. I don't even know if he's here still. I know he's busy. Oh, oh, forever with you. Oh, I see how it is. A window catcher. Why are you doing this to me? It's supposed to not. That's not what it's supposed to be showing. I need that to be known. If I do this, does it do the right thing? What? That was an angelic. The what? Huh? I can read, I swear. Standard way to play. Okay, I have to wait to see if that fixed it before I move on. So sorry, chat. I need to know. Also, damn, that's delayed! The latency is wicked. It looks like that's not fixing it. I'm so confused. Can that? There! There! Did I fix? Oh, did I? I never know what I'm doing. Let's do the compact game mode. Because the little cars go in the compact spot. I've never played the compact game mode. I don't know what this is like. I don't know what it does. I know how this works. I don't need that. No, I don't need you. Thank you. No, damn it. I have no money. I'm broke! I'm broke. How could I be broke? Also, I am so sorry. The, now the thumbnail and the name, the, like, title of the stream are totally misleading, but I am a bit too tired to go in and actually change it myself. I would do it, but I need my audio up. I just realized I don't have my audio up, and you need audio cues for this game. Ray, you can hear, right? Like, I need to double check that, because last time I played it, it was not audible. And this is, in fact, an issue. I hope it's relaxing. I like this game. I think it's very relaxing. Until I randomly scream. This is a game that I kind of scream at. My bad. It's a little valid, okay? I do love this game. I love this game so much. It's a little slow. It can be a little slow at the beginning. But you know. It's very chill. Grow. Thank you. interesting sounds coming from the inside of my house, but that's okay. You know, it's just the pipes. Shit. That's not the pipes. Hey, you want to see the Snatcher Ray? It's so cute. It's low-key adorable. It's low-key adorable. I want to show you. Look at that thing! It's just a little man. I love him. Probably shouldn't. But he's just so cute. See, he's all gone now, too. What's the music? I've never heard music like that. It's kind of cute. It's got big googly eyes. It's like really freaking fast, but it's cute. Less scary than the pumpkin one. Yes, Pumpkin Panic. Pumpkin Panic is pretty intense. I think what makes this one feel more manageable is the fact that you can go outside. Or, like, you can go inside and stay safe in there. Honestly, I might beat this really, really quickly, and that's not my intention. Something's happening. So yeah, the main goal is to fix this up. What are you? Who are you? Anyway. You have to fix up the tractor and go. So, that's what this little thing is. So it's a little horror game, yeah, but it's not that scary. It's just chill. We just do a little farming and adopted a little ghost girl that is actively trying to kill us, but that's just accurate to me, so I don't know why you'd be shocked about that one. You have a little bit of time after the harmonica in order to finish your stuff up. Let's see the baby again. Let's see those googly eyes. I love the audio design. I wasn't expecting it to come from the top. Anyway. Oh, it's already gone. Okay, how much? Oh, only 50? Oh, yes, I am making friends. Thank you for asking. Meow. Cuter Pumpkin Panic. Yeah. I just got a text message from a loved one that made absolutely zero sense, and now my brain is totally distracted. Not again! Please stop attempting to kidnap me while I'm busy. I'm sorry. Oh, hold up. That's okay. I just had to return that text message. But so yeah, just kind of go back. There's little frog sounds. Oh. Oh. Ray. Meet Mothman. And then we get lots of strawberry seeds. Oh, hold on. I need to take. Sorry, chat, that tea was worth it. Somebody put a chip in the floor, and there was a meeting to find out who. And I wanted to be there for that. Ignore the scarecrow, he's useless. He don't do much. Scare the shit out of me, though. Jesus Christ. Hello. I needed to know what the tea was, bro. How could I not? Oh, also ignore the mimic. Perfectly, harmful. It's fine if you just walk around it. At least for a couple seconds. Oh, shit. Beautiful. The tea's always necessary, bro. I needed to know. I got the call asking me if I knew anything about it. And no, I didn't need to go be involved, but I wanted to. I'm like, I didn't do it. I would have said something if I put a chip in the floor, but I do want to know who did. Ray, you know my family. You know who did. Also, sorry, I did eat just a few minutes ago. But I also grabbed a granola bar because it was not enough. Who else would it be, Ray? It's just the fact that nothing was said. That pisses us off the most. No. No, not at the business. Not at the business. Yeah, granola bar. Look, I was already upstairs and I was going, I'm kind of hungry. And I went, oh shit, I can fix that. My ankles! My ankles are very broken. Ow. Well, drink water, everybody. Y'all ever just forget that you're thirsty? And then all of a sudden you've been offered water. I try to avoid using granola bars as, like, anything but an emergency snack food. But I think the sheer lack of calories I've been getting recently counts as an emergency snack time. I thirst for vengeance. I'm just kidding. Low-key, this game isn't quite stimulating enough to keep me interested, but it's also really calming, and I like the repetitive actions, and also now I've committed to this game being what I'm playing, and I don't feel like changing again, so now I'm just stuck. Shit. I don't know why I need to run, but I was told I should probably run, and when that guy hides, it is actually time to run. Oh, that would be why. Hi. How much is my respawn? My revive is only... Oh, easy. Yeah, fine. Holy shit, my cramps. Oh, that scarecrow thing is in fact a scarecrow that if you stop paying attention to it... It does that. Can I go away now? It needs to go away now. I need water. I did. Ah. Yeah, so it does that. One of the things on this game that I really want to do is I just really want to... I don't know what that means. I don't know what those ghosties are. Anyway, apparently I have to lock really hard. Lock in really hard. I want to get all the achievements in this game, is what I was saying. Two out of 3 complete. It says 2 out of 5, but I only need 1 more. Oh, girl. Bro, that can't be comfy. I forgot about that. I forgot about him already. Can I go away? I need water. Yeah, you're, eh. I think it's really funny that I don't really care about the scarecrow anymore. As long as you don't walk too close to it, I think it's fine. At least I think that that's its rules, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll do that. Hell yeah. Does that mean it's nighttime? Is it a nighttime outside? Nope, there is an evil child though. That's Ellie, by the way. Wait, I need to get kidnapped by him. Yes! Yes! Sorry, I needed that achievement. I'm so excited. You like being able to hang out like this? I'm glad. I mean, we can also just call. I've been streaming for more than enough time. Oh yeah, the evil child. I'll show you the evil child in a second. I was quite happy to be snatched. Strawberry. Hands up, this is strawberry! Oh. Let me take you to Funky Town. Don't ask me how I got from Strawberry to Funky Town, but it was a coherent train of thought in my head. No. No. You're messing up my pattern. Won't you take me to Funky Town? Won't you take me to Funky Town? The more money you make, the closer you are to freedom. No, like, this is different than calling because I have people a lot, but this isn't people because you're streaming. I know, right? Mothman does have some muscles. Low-key, can I have those biceps? Just please. I can give you my tits in exchange. Ha! I just asked that like 2 seconds ago! Congrats to the ADHD. So brave for coming out. That's such a dumb joke, I'm so sorry. I want to show you the evil child. Ellie! Ellie just wants to be another one of my children. Ellie is one of my children, according to my last stream. Wait. Ray, take my uterus too. Take my uterus too. You can sell them on the black market. I'm sure it's worth something. Maybe even quite a bit, actually. I don't really want to know. I kind of do, though. And I have the resources to find out. Wow, that sounded scary. I meant Google. Like I know where to find the statistics. No. No, that sounded concerning. I swear I'm not on the black market for uteri. Is my harmonica still next to me? From last time I streamed this? Genuine question. I can communicate with my people now. Have that. Let me take you to Funky Town. Let me take you to Funky Town. Messages. Thank you. Thank you for taking my uterus. I am also not on the black market. I'm just simply a weird nerd. No, me too. Is it gone now? I was waiting for the snatcher to... This evil bitch. I was waiting for it to come and go, because I thought it was coming and going. But then it didn't come and go, so I was confused. I'm still confused! Thank you for going. You were Loki in the way. No, there is no time that you are not safe in this building that I have come across. You should be perfectly safe in this building. Let me take you to Funky Town. Why is that stuck in my head now? Like, I know why it got in my head in the first place, but like... I could basically escape. Right now. Oh, hello. Is he evil child? What does ring ring mean? Ring ring means shop is open. Or closed. Ring means shop is open or closed. It's just shop. Ring ring mean shop. Yeah, there's a little mimic. It goes with Ellie. Yeah, the evil child is kind of cute. You will love... In fact, you're gonna love this. Fuck off, Ellie. Sorry. God damn it. I did not need it to be night. I needed it to be daytime. Hands up, this is a strawberry. I'm sorry, that's so stuck in my head now. Also, how many pages did you read of Frankenstein? I read... Hold on. I read from page 10 all the way through page... I read 47 pages. I feel like I read so slow. I was struggling. "47 pages in 2 hours. No! No, you inconvenience you inconvenience me. Asshole. Oh shit, I don't have the current revive cost. As long as I have enough to revive, I don't care what I do. Why is it this color? You're using that for how much you read tonight? Are you matching the amount that I read? Yeah, I hear you. Fuck off. My cramps are so bad. I need this to grow. And I need him to go away. Never mind. I want to keep reading, I just don't want to keep reading out loud. I'm gonna be so for real. Also it says I've completed 2 out of 5 repairs. I have only 3 repairs to do in this one. I can't afford to die right now. Give me like 2 seconds and I will be able to. Three or 7 books by the 29th. That's so real, girl. Bro, I feel you though. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Okay, the nice part is it saves your progress on the gears. Damn it. Okay, I need the keys, which are just down here, and the shop's open right now. Damn it, I need the shop to close and reopen again. God damn it. Have me crunching. That's so real. I haven't made much progress in the book that I was talking about last time. I low-key haven't like read it in a while, and it might be about due. Probably is about due. I may never finish it. God damn it. How much longer? About 80 seconds. I'm just impatient because I'm bored. What the frick is that sound? Also, girl, that's so real. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to speak with you again. No, same. I will never, ever return books to the library on time. I'm busy, but also I kind of just hoard books. I get very excited about them and then get way too many at once, and then I just end up with too many books all at once. Alright, Ray. You ready to see this? You ready to see the ending? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Look at this. And the child I've adopted. My favorite type of book. I like nonfiction, honestly. I genuinely love this game. It's so cute. It's so simple. There's so much to it. Let's speedrun dying. Touch me. Sure, that works. I said non-fiction, dumbass. Oh, what's your favorite genre? Fiction. Horror. A science fiction. Or science fiction. Especially science. Space-related science fiction. Will you touch me? Come on. I know you wanna. Yeah, you can continue, yeah. The reason that I'm dying right now is because there is an achievement for dying a certain amount of times, and I do want to get all the achievements in the game, so since I'm here. Why no non-fiction mangas? No, I wanted to collect more bodies right here, it's funny. I realize now why it's a weird color. My nightlight is on. Yeah. Yeah, I would love Parasite. I don't really want to watch anything, but maybe if you watch The Pit with me. Maybe we need to have, like, movie nights. TV show nights. I don't always 100% things, but this game is so simple, and I like it, and I want to spend the time in it. Let's see. I am gonna disconnect, and we're just gonna yap for a second. Bear with me. I'm gonna pull up my Steam. I want to look at, on Cryptid Farm, I have 10 out of 30 achievements. So a lot of them are still, like, reliant on a lot of more people. Run from the Snatcher for 20 seconds straight. Run away from Powered Up Ellie until she disappears. Get a speed of 6. Have $100,000. Earn 1 million in your career. Die 100 times. I'm at 56 out of 100. Repair the tractor twice without planting a single crop. Make 10,000 in one full harvest, 100% all the achievements, and then there's 4 hidden achievements. So yeah, there's all that. So I want to get them. I want to get all the things. And then yeah. That's kind of it. Let's see. A little over halfway there. 10 out of 30? Oh, no, 56 out of 100. Okay, I was like, what? I was judging you so hard for that math. My bad. Ugh, low-key really worn out of... Do y'all want to play My Voice Zoo? Like, I'm really worn out. That took like 2 seconds, bro. Okay. I'm gonna load it up. Let's play My Voice Zoo. Just for a minute. I want to make goofy sounds. You're seeing all the mistakes in your art. My bad. Wow, this is the zoo I get to take care of starting today. But I have to make the animal sounds myself? That's a little weird. But it does sound kind of fun. Floats just fine on the water, but on land, looks like it had a few drinks. I love giving unsolicited medical advice. It's not even unsolicited, it was asked for. Okay. That's it. It's just dumb. It's not dumb. It's dumb. Anyway, I'm just gonna say, headphone warning. You can't hear yet, can you? Can you hear it? Oh, you can. I am so sorry. Holy shit. I'm turning everything down. I am so sorry. The wind-up beat. Shut up! Okay, hold up. Oh gosh. Seep. I love this. I love him so much. How do they know? Yep. Bitch. 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 How could she get to- I was touching it. I'm like touching the mic. Bitch. Hold up. I got an idea, but I gotta, hold up. I'll be right back. I got this. What does the fox say? Ring ding ding ding. It got me off. It got me off. What does the fox say? Ring ding ding. Hold up, I gotta redo that for just a little bit. Hold up. Hold up. Yes, the echo in my room is necessary for this. What does the fox say? Needs to be a sound. What does the fox Bitch.
Say,
Get over here.
what does the fox say?
Bitch. Yep. Everything as it should be. Bitch. It's just gonna cry over. Bitch. Bitch. Bitch.
Say, what does the fox say?
Seep is still fighting.
What does the fox say? Say,
Bitch. I don't know why it looks like one. That didn't work. I was blowing in the wrong side. I'm sorry, it's the cutting past them. Bitch. Rawr. 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 For me, it's the screeching whenever it pops by. Bitch. Oh my gosh, caribou are like my favorite thing. Bitch.
what does the fox say? What does the fox?
Why do you sound like that? Rawr.
What does the fox say?
They all have different answers on what a fox says. Bitch.
Sup, kid, you want my candy cane? Sup, kid, you want my candy cane?
Say,
Bitch.
Sup, kid, you want my candy cane? Sup, kid, you want my candy cane?
Rawr. Rawr.
what does the fox say?
Bitch. Oh, this would be so fun while drunk as fuck.
What does the fox say? What does the
Sup, kid, you want my candy cane?
I did. Rawr. Rawr.
what does the fox?
Do I have enough money yet? I am going to fuck your mom. I am going to fuck your mom. Get over here, Carrot. I am going to fuck your mom. Please tell me something with this will be a short. It will. Your mom. I am going to fuck your mom. I am going to fuck your mom. Rawr. I am going to fuck your mom.
What does the fox?
You're going in a special place of honor. Rawr. Rawr. Oh. How much for the next one? Bitch. 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 Ah, yes, enough money for another. No. Oh yeah. I'm not checking. I don't want to know. I have to know. Oh yeah. I'm scared of you. Yeah. Rawr. Rawr. I am going to I am going to fuck your mom. I love that I made the parrot is bullying the penguin, and I love that so much. Mm-hmm. Dude, shut the fuck up. No. Oh. Rawr. Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah. 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 Dude, shut the fuck up. There we go. Rawr. Rawr. What to fuck your mom.
Sup, kid, you want my candy cane?
I already forgot what you said. You are
Sup, kid, you want my candy cane?
concerning.
What does the fox say?
Bitch. Rawr. Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh yeah. Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, it cracks me up so much.
What does the fox say?
You're going. Marka! 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 Yep. Rawr. Dude. Marka! Yeah. Dude, shut the fuck up. I love this so
Bitch.
much.
What does the fox say?
We're making you
Bitch.
both believe. I am going to fuck your mom.
Bitch. Bitch. Sup, kitty, you want my candy cane?
What does the fox say?
Sup, kitty, you want my
What
candy
does
cane?
the fox say?
He's so beautiful.
Sup, kitty, you want my candy cane?
I don't know. Dude, shut the Say something! Marka! Do something. Oh wait, hold on. What's a good quote of mine I could use?
Oh, yeah.
No. Biblically accurate. Fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up.
Sup, kitty, you want my candy cane?
Oh, yeah.
Marka! Shut the fuck
Oh, yeah.
Sup, kitty, you want
going to fuck your mom. This just fits him.
bitch?
It was a yawn.
What does the fox
Sup,
say?
kitty, you want my candy cane?
Dude, shut the fuck up. I can't go for both. Dude. I've ran out of ideas.
Does my ass look fat?
Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Dude, shut the fuck up. Fuck, I didn't mean. It stays.
Oh, yeah.
Marka! Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. I just need more money. No more money. Dude, shut the fuck up. Rawr. Rawr. Do I have a balloon? It's just fitting. That didn't work. No. That's not what I was trying to do. Beautiful. Say something, Stan. Fuck. I didn't mean. Fuck.
Sup,
Rawr. This is cursed. Fuck up. I didn't mean to do that. Shut the fuck up.
Sup, kitty, you want my kitty?
Okay, there's so many left. That's just what my niece has to, how my niece says it.
Ho. Ho.
I don't know. My brain gave up, and I think this would be funny.
Oh, yeah.
Ho.
Fuck, I didn't mean.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Orca! Dude, shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah. What does the fox say?
How you doing, Arnold? Great.
Your mom.
Bitch. They're just bullying.
Okay.
Fox say.
It's fine. I didn't mean to do that.
Ho.
How you doing, Stan? Okay. You're doing
yeah.
great. You're doing great, sweeties. Shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. Wait. I can just sit here and wait. Dude, shut the fuck up. Wait a minute. Dude, shut the fuck up. Come on, money. Sorry, I have to do that again. Oh, that's good! Oh, that's good! It caught the beginning of my sentence. I don't care.
Sup, kid.
Oh, that's good!
Candy cane.
I'm so proud of my children.
Sup, kitty. Cane.
Oh, that's good! That is a cocaine bear joke, yes.
Ho.
I didn't mean to do that. Dude, shut the fuck up. Rawr. Orca! Dude, shut the fuck up. I
You
am.
want my
What
candy
does the
cane?
fox say?
I love so much about this.
What does the fox say?
Rawr. Dude, shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. I didn't mean to do.
Ho.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. Dude, shut the fuck up. I didn't mean to do that.
Ho.
Oh, yeah.
Sup.
What does the fox
Sup,
say?
kitty, you want my candy cane?
Oh, that's good.
Sup, kitty, you
Sorry,
want
we're
my
just
candy
putting
cane?
the perverts behind the, like, 7-Eleven over here. Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
Need to do that. in with your new best friend.
What does the fox say?
He's trying his best to mimic. Stan is trying to mimic Arnold. I am.
What does the fox say?
I got so distracted. If you know the reference, you're right. I don't know what to do. Maybe I do. That didn't work because my water is so lemony, it threw me off. Oh, gross. I hate that sound. We're just gonna make a biblically accurate tiger sound. That's not what it was supposed to sound like, but it's funny.
Sup?
Sup. Next one. I'm running out of ideas. If it's worth it, let me work it. Shut up. It's so loud. Shut the fuck up. This is no longer a calming stream.
Yeah.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Oh
Ho.
yeah.
Dude, shut the Ho. If it's worth it, let me work it. If it's worth it, let me work it. Why is that so fitting? If it's worth it, let me work it.
Sup, kid? You want my candy cane?
Shut up. Actually, you know what? Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, that's good. Dude, shut
Sup,
the
kid?
fuck
You want
up.
my candy cane?
What's next? 6,000. Pan. Once again, we're gonna go across the room because I think it's funny to have variety. I'm gonna concern other people in my space. How did that sound? Okay, Seep, you have a new friend, Seep. Seep and Pan get to know each other. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Sup? Sup, kid? You want my candy cane?
Dude, shut the fuck up. Okay. I'm so proud right now. What are you? Oh, a sloth. A frog. Tail like a helicopter? I don't actually know what that is. That's a normal sound from you. Not that loudly, though.
What does the fox say?
Bitch. I am going to fuck your mom. I am going to. Hi, bear. Rawr. This is still my favorite. If it's worth it, let me work it. Let me turn around, flip it, and reverse it.
What does the fox
Is there a... There's no button to open the catalog. You could keep pulling out musical instruments. I'm thinking... That is a reference to Night at the Museum. I'm thinking...
does the fox say?
Oh my goodness. It would be so fun to play while drunk, not gonna lie. I can only imagine this would be hilarious. I'm just waiting for money to climb. Let's retry this. It still didn't work. I almost just died. Yep, that works. Shut the fuck up. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good.
Sup, kid? Ho.
Rawr. I want to heavily imply that the frog is drowning.
Ho.
And just like slurping. Slurp that river.
Ho.
Say rawr. Rawr. Right.
Fox say?
Look at their names.
What does the fox say?
Why, yes, I did choke.
Fox say? The fox say?
Ding 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 ding. We're re-recording the fox one now. I love my job. I love all my jobs, but this is It's beautiful. What are you? Oh, it's a dog! Woof. 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 Beautiful. Woof. 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 I don't know that I could get through all of this before. Rawr. It's too late. Woof. To be recording something so noisy and chaotic. Woof. I will be playing this at some other point as well. I hope you know. Woof. 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 Rawr.
Oh yeah.
Ho.
Ho.
Work it, let me work it. Let me turn around and reverse it.
I can't twerk.
If it's
What do you say again?
I'm thinking.
Oh. I'm stuck. Dude, shut the woof. 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 Adorable, but sometimes it looks suspiciously like liquid. That's so funny to me. America!
Oh yeah.
Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. You know, the name really fits. Fuck, I didn't.
Oh
Ho.
yeah.
Oh. Okay. Woof.
Woof.
Oh yeah.
Woof.
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 Yep. Woof.
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 Let's get to 8,000 do Windy Hill. Woof.
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 I believe it just makes them higher pitched. Woof.
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 Yep, you're the
Woof.
first going in. Don't worry.
Woof.
Oh, that's good.
Dude,
shut the fuck
Maybe you want my candy cane.
God, they're annoying. Woof.
Woof.
Oh yeah.
Ho.
We're putting you in.
Oh yeah.
Woof.
Woof.
They're making money a lot faster. Let me hear your roar.
Woof.
I know, it gives wiggle vibes.
Woof.
We're putting the Murica in there.
Murica!
Sobbing here. Come be a bitch in here.
Bitch.
Bitch! Bitch! I am going to fuck.
Woof.
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 Mm-hmm. You're a bitch ass motherfucker, and I hope you die in a fucking hole. I had to think about it ahead of time. My bad, chat. You're a bitch ass motherfucker, and I hope you die in a fucking hole. You're a bitch ass motherfucker, and I hope you die in a fucking hole. I hope this is the vibes I give off. We're putting it in the corner. It's going in the corner. You're both coming in the corner because I want to know what you sound like. I'm sorry, what? I know, I was trying to make it sound like Jekka. Arnold! I was low-key going for Jekka, so I appreciate that. On that note, what am I witnessing? This is peak entertainment, Star. Did I do that? Tort, I wanted to hear you, Tort. I mean to do that. Did I do that? No, this is my favorite, probably. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. I do like Abe. Abe.
If it's worth it, let me work it.
That's good.
Sup, kid? You want my candy cane?
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Woof.
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 we left home
Woof.
alone. This is my favorite. This is Ray's favorite for sure. Rawr. I am going to fuck your mom. I am going to fuck your mom. I am going to fuck your mom.
Bitch. Bitch.
I am going to fuck your mom.
Bitch.
I am going.
Bitch.
I am going to fuck your
Oh
mom.
yeah!
This sums up sticker. I am going. I am going to fuck your
Oh
mom.
yeah.
We're putting him in a hallway. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just Arnold,
Bitch.
and being able to do this is amazing. Bitch. I am going to fuck. Motherfucker, I hope you die in a fucking hole. Bitch. I am going to fuck. Bitch ass motherfucker, I hope you die in a fucking hole. Bitch ass motherfucker, I hope bitch. I am going to fuck. Bitch ass motherfucker. I am going. Ray thinks this should be a sound. Bitch. Going to fuck. Bitch ass motherfucker, I hope you die in a fucking hole. Die in a fucking hole. I've made so much money just from Okay. Woof. Who's next? Runs and runs as if that's the only answer it knows. That's a that's a reference to an old story of mine. We're just gonna go, you got any more whiskey? Nah, I can do that better. You got any more whiskey? No, I can't pretend to be drunk. I can't slur my words. You got any more whiskey? That might be good. You got any more whiskey? Why slurp? Yeah, it should go over there. That is where it should go. Any more whiskey?
Do you want my candy cane?
Oh, that's good. Dude, shut the fuck up.
Sup, kid? Do you want my candy cane? Woof.
Fuck!
Woof.
True soul mini breakfast material right here. We're gonna make one accurate sound.
Woof.
It's the one normal one.
Woof. Woof.
I just need to make more money now.
Woof.
So we have to put them all back. I am going to fuck. Bitch ass motherfucker. Ignore the sobbing in there, it's fine. Pain is fine. Bitch. Yeah, you go back. Hold on. We set up the Brilliant Corner again. Ring ding 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 ding. Yeah, I actually didn't think the cow sound was gonna be that good.
Woof.
I wasn't planning for it to be that good. I know what you are. What do you sound like? Dumb.
Woof.
Fuck, I didn't. This is a really accurate cow.
Woof.
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 Now we wait. It'll only take a couple seconds.
Woof.
It sounds
Woof.
like a middle school classroom on 2 times speed. Honestly, yeah, it really does.
Woof.
Okay.
Woof.
I know what I'm gonna do. Sure, nasal. That works for what I'm gonna do. Oh my god, I forgot about Seep. Seep is just standing down here alone. I'm sorry, Seep.
Woof.
That sounds weirdly accurate to my sister's landing show that she had when she was a kid. I'm not even kidding. What do you sound like up here? Shut the fuck up. You got any more
Sup, kid?
Wow, shut the fuck up.
Woof.
I'm making so much money. I'm so scared. Alright, who are we taking down first? Obviously, Obviously.
If it's worth it, let me work.
What do you sound like?
If it's worth it, let me work.
Oh, that's good. You got any more?
Sup,
Wiz?
kid?
Fuck up.
If it's worth it, let me work it.
You got any more whispers? I'm scared. I don't like that it's moaning. You got any more Wiz? Go back.
If it's
Hold on, no. I need, hold on. You're gonna get
Woof.
tested.
Woof.
Where are you?
oh yeah.
You're getting put in there.
Woof.
Oh yeah. If it's worth it, let me work it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, no, shut up! Shut up! Go!
If it's worth it.
We're putting the cow in. Demon cow. You're fine. We're gonna stand with you. You're safe. You're a safe cow. And that's that. Oh, that's good. Dude,
Sup,
shut the
kid?
fuck.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I like Demon Cow.
You want my candy cane?
Dude, shut
If
the
it's
fuck
worth
up.
it.
Woof.
Alright. We're gonna end this video with just... Rawr. 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 Rawr.
Woof.
Rawr. I love you. You're a bitch ass motherfucker, and I hope you die in a fucking hole. You're a bitch ass motherfucker, and I hope. Fucking, I hope you die in a fucking hole.
Ho.
You're a bitch ass motherfucker, and I hope you die in a fucking. The seriousness and my character's
Motherfucker, I
eyes
hope you die in a
really
fucking
sells
hole.
this for me. And on that note, I think we're going to bed. Ugh. I'm not even gonna lie, I think I'm tired enough to go to bed right now. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I have been streaming for hours. In fact, let me see how long I've been streaming. Oh, nearly 5 hours. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna go to bed. Rawr. We're gonna go to bed. How do I leave? Quit! That would do it. I wasn't expecting some of those to be as good as they were. I love Demon Cow. Demon Cow made my day. Oh, man. Okay, well, what was supposed to be a very chill live did not end out to be chill. Or end on a chill note, but it was funny. And, engaging. So, you know, thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you guys get good sleep, or have a good day if it's time for you to be awake. I hope you drink water and take your meds and wear your retainer and brush your teeth and all those things. And above all, I hope you know that you guys are loved, and I hope you stay so very safe. You know, the whole rant of like, subscribe, check out the Discord, I'm not worried about that. I think the only people here are Ray and Star anyway, so I don't really care, but, you know, maybe still like y'all. That would be appreciated if you didn't already. Thanks. I will try to read more of Frankenstein later, and also edit down the Subnautica footage properly into an actual video, but I'm tired for now and will not be doing any of that at the moment. So, good night, thank you so much. Stay safe, you are loved, and